Hello and welcome, and we are live at Haverford High School in Haverford, Pennsylvania, at AG Cornog Field here for the third track meet of the year for both teams here at the Haverford Invitational on this great Saturday morning. Here I am joined by my analyst Tester Fee. Tess, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I think this is a big meet for everyone to qualify for times because it's earlier in the season, but people are really pushing to try to qualify for districts and other important meets. So I think this is going to be a really competitive meet today for all the teams that are here.
That sounds great. So right now, just to try to brief everything, we will try to get you caught up on everything that we possibly can. Right now, we have some of the field events going on, the likes of shot put, high jump, long jump, pole vaulting. We will try to catch you up with that as much as possible. Now, the big thing here for the beginning for these throwers is Michael Powell only needs one more foot from what he got in his last meet last weekend at Upper Darby. He needs to get 55 feet for himself to qualify for the Penn Relays. So if we get any word on that, we will update you as soon as possible. But, I mean, besides that, we're going to start off here with the first heat of the 3,200 for the boys and girls. Now, if you don't know anything about a track, one lap is 400 meters. For a mile is 1,600. So we're going to start off here with a nice 2-mile race at 10 in the morning on this beautiful Saturday. So, Tess, how do you think it's going to have to deal with the runners to be, A, running this early, and then, B, trying to make sure they pace themselves?
I think this morning it's like the runners are used to running in the morning. I don't think that's a huge factor, but definitely pacing is a huge mindset for people. Like they count every lap that they are going around, and I know that everyone is focusing on meeting each pace for each lap. So I think that the big thing is who's going to keep up with their pacing to try to get to try to finish first.
Yes. Now, that does sound like a big thing. Now, for one thing here, we do want to say is that we have a freshman, Cam McGeehee, for the girls is going to be trying to qualify for districts, and then besides that, for the boys for the 3,200, we will have Quentin Ryan trying to qualify, and we will have the likes of Ethan Fingerhut and one other to try to help pace to make sure that he can qualify. So besides that, we also have, like I said before, we have Michael Powell trying to get to the Penn Relays. He already qualified for districts last weekend, and we also have both 4x800 relay teams trying to qualify for the Penn Relays. And for the girls, they were going to have to try to get 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and for the boys, they're going to have to try to get themselves 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Those are the qualifying times. So those are just some things to look out for. It's going to be a long day. We're going to hopefully be here through it all with you. And, I mean, that's really going to be it. We might take a little break in the action here and there, depending on, what's going on. But besides that, just stay tuned, and we're going to thank everybody that is tuning in and will be. Thank you for coming back in here with us. So we are about to start the first heat of the girls 3200, and here are just some of the people that are going to be running in this event. We have first from Central High School in Philadelphia, Sienna Williams. Second, Haverford's own Maddie Kent in lane 2. Lane 3 will be Colleen Murray from the Academy of Notre Dame. Number 4 will be Anastasia Milana from Springfield in Delaware County. Number 5 will be Haverford's own Lauren Taggart in 5th. Catherine Corin and Kyla Chan from Methacton. Bella Petka and Hannah Harding from Pencrest. Kaylee Davis from Marple. Lelani Hensky from Ridley. Lila Broad from Harrington. And Hannah Shea from Ridley. And very soon we will be having them all go. Usually when you're in the first lane, you are probably going to have the fastest time. Now, usually for these 3200s, you don't have to stay in that lane. And if I'm correct, tell me if I'm wrong, Tess, but you usually want to get into that first lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, being in the first lane definitely helps throughout the meet. You're supposed to like cut in as soon as possible and try to make a move to get into first.
Here, as we are about to line up here and kick off the first race of this meet.
I think this race is really going to set the mood for the rest of the day. I think that if it's a competitive race, everyone will feel that energy and just feed from it the whole meet.
When the 3200 is over, we need the 300 hurdles set up by the hurdles crew. That'll be after the boys' 3200.
Now here we have the officials telling the runners the rules and regulations before the race to make sure there are no false starts. As they set. And we are off. The first race of the Haverford Invitational has kicked off here with the first heat of the girls 3200.
Today it is definitely cold and windy, and this may be a factor of how the students run today, because running against wind obviously is not an easy thing to do, and cold is just not good for muscles tightening up. So I think that can definitely play a factor in the times today.
Yeah, you definitely want to stay warm in this cold weather. And besides that, the probably not for these guys because they've been running in this weather, this weird weather, probably a lot lately. But that cold air hits your lungs a little bit harder. Here, as we are getting towards the first minute of this race, the girls are starting to get their first 400 in here. And it's going to be very big to make sure these girls keep on pace. As Sienna Williams is still in front right now, very taking control of this pack, as Milana is right on her tail.
There's definitely a big pack in the front, staying pretty close together, but there are some people behind. But I think this shows that like a lot of people are going to be close to each other this race, so it all comes out to who can push in the final 100.
Absolutely. Now, to try to qualify here for districts in the 3200, you need to make sure that you try to get a time of 9:43.24 for the boys. And for the girls, you want to try to get a time here of 11:30.24. So this will be something to see here, as we have Williams came in with her first lap at 125. Milana came in at 125.59. Broad in third right now for Harrington, 1 lap in. Maddie Kent for Haverford in at 4th right now. And, Colleen Murray really wraps up the top 5 here. Very close in the top. All girls really separating themselves by tenths of seconds, if not just seconds. Really starts to cut off here with Kyla Chan at 132. Is really when the pack starts to separate. Here, as we are almost near the 3-minute mark, as Anastasia Milana has taken over for first place here, getting into the second lap. Williams at second, and Maddie Kent here in third for the Fords.
This second lap has really separated the group, having 3 girls in front, and then a middle group, and then a last group. But there is a lot of space in between these 3 different tiers.
Absolutely, as we have to see here how the girls end up faring here towards the second half right now, as we are only a quarter of the way through this race. There's still a lot of time left here, but as of now, Kent, Williams, and Milana have separated themselves from the rest of the group.
We're about 3:45 into the race with 6 laps to go.
Here we are here at the 4-minute mark. The front of the pack here is starting to get into their last 100 of their third lap. As right now it looks like we have Milana here at second, Kent coming in at third, or Kent coming here at, right now it's Milana and Kent very close together, and then Williams a clear third as Kent takes over here to try to get the first place 3 laps in, and we'll see if she's going to continue the pace that she has.
Maddie used that curve to try and get an advantage above the 2 that were holding first for a while, and now she is starting to pull ahead by a good amount.
Here as we are 3 laps into this 8-lap race of a 3,200. We will see here once we get into that last mile, it's really just going to be about grit and determination, and all that training will most certainly kick in. Here as we have around 5.5 minutes left, and really as of now, Anastasia Milana from Springfield is starting to drop back into the middle, and it's really just became Maddie Kent from Haverford and Sienna Williams from Central High School just staying right here at the top 2, staying on their tracks. Here as we are about to be halfway through, also known as a mile into this 3,200. As these girls are making good time. Now, just a little tidbit of information here. Some of the schools that are actually at this meet. Now, remember, not all schools are running in all these events, but we have 28 schools here, roughly. Academy of Palumbo from Philadelphia is here. Academy of Notre Dame. Central High School, Chester, as well as Chester Charter, Chichester, Cristo Rey, Devon Preparatory School, the School of Engineering and Science in Philadelphia, Central League rival for the Fords, Garnet Valley, as well as Harriton. Of course, the Fords are hosting this event, so they are participating as well. Holy Ghost Prep, along with Lower Moreland, the likes of Marple Newtown, Methacton, Bonner and Prendy, not too far away around Upper Darby, Pencrest, Pottsgrove, Quakertown, Ridley, Roman Catholic High School, Springfield in Delaware County, Strathaven, the neighboring Upper Darby Royals, Upper Marion, likes of Villa Joseph and Villa Maria, Western Wayne, as well as West Town here, as we are getting into this 5th lap.
Maddie Kent has really created a lot of space between her and Sienna Williams from Central. She really started out in the back of the top three. But now as soon as she made her move, she has been creating space more and more as the laps go by.
Here, as we have 3 laps left in this 3200, the first race. As it was very interesting to see that Anastasia Milana started to really slow down after those first 2 laps, almost looking like she forgot to pace herself there. Here, as we are 8 minutes in, remember the qualifying time for the girls is 11 minutes 30.24 seconds to try to qualify for District 1 here. And that really entitles anybody for from anywhere from Delaware County to some parts of Montgomery, as District 1 is the biggest district in Pennsylvania for all high school sports. As we're encroaching on the 9-minute mark here, it looks like we may have Maddie Kent start to lap some of these stragglers here in the back of the pack, as she is really pushing it right now, really trying to get that district qualification time here. She's gonna have the last quarter of this race, and she's gonna have herself around 2 minutes to get these last 2 laps. The question is, will she be able to do it or not? She is really distancing herself right now from anybody else. Sienna Williams is probably a good 100 meters behind her. As you can see, some of the coaches here for Haverford trying to cheer on Maddie Kent and tell her to push it, as she only has 2 laps left. Here, as we are encroaching on the 11-minute mark, and here comes Maddie Kent getting one more lap in. So we are in our last lap here for most of the people.
Maddie Kent from Haverford has really kept up with her pacing, and I think that's what set her apart from the rest of the group, is that she has kept a steady time throughout this whole race.
Absolutely, and I'm assuming that maybe another thing that could tie in here is maybe some rest and preparation for this meet, as it clearly looks like she is above and beyond the rest of the competition. As it doesn't look like she will have she will be able to qualify for districts, but at the same time, there's nothing to be ashamed. I'll tell you this, I don't think I could be able to run 2 miles in around 12 minutes. Here, as Maddie Kent is looking to be the finalist here and win the first heat of the very first track event that we have here at this Haverford Invitational. Coming down the home stretch, she's going to get a little bit of a pop here from the Haverford team, as she looks to finish with an unofficial time. She has an unofficial time of 12:13. Maddie Kent gets first place in this first heat here. Here, Sienna Williams here will get second, with around 12 and a half minutes. Looks like Catherine Corin might be the next from Thacton High School. As Corin finishes with an unofficial of 12:56. Lauren Taggart from Haverford comes in here and gets a 12:57 time. As Anastasia Milana finishes fifth, the top five. She rounds at the top five with a time of 13:06. Hannah Shea from Ridley with a time of 13:11. And to be honest, pretty impressive here for these Haverford Fords as they only had 2 runners in this event and they both placed in the top 4.
Once again, final call, 300 hurdles.
Here's we have the back of the pack finishing up here. Lila Broad finishes 8th here with an unofficial time of 13:59 from Harrington High School. It looks like Bella Pertka from Pencrest will finish here with a time of 14:31. Here's we're gonna have the last 4 grind it out here. As Kyla Chan from Thacton High School finishes up at an unofficial of 14:50. You know what? As the last 3 are finishing up here, Tess. I think it was really impressive here from Maddie Kent to just come out here and from the start. I mean, on it, she was in the front pack to start off this one, but then really somehow just elevated herself and was able to just smoke the competition in this race.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a smart move to not exert all of her energy and out of the start right away. She kind of stayed with the top pack and paced herself. And as soon as she saw an opportunity to make a move, she got in front of them and just created so much space for her, causing her to finish 15 seconds before the second finisher.
As the last person to finish here, the last 2 was Hannah Harding from Pencrest with an unofficial of 15:06 and Lillian Hensinski with an unofficial of 15:27 as Kaylee Davis from Marple Newtown apparently did not run in this race. She may have scratched it. As we will now have the boys 3200 start off now.
This is the boys 3200 section 1, 8 laps around.
This is, again, the boys 3200
300 hurdlers.
in the first heat.
The hurdles crew, make sure you set up the hurdles when this race is over. Make sure the weights are right and the height is right.
For this race, the district qualifying times for the boys is 9 minutes and 43.24 seconds.
Here is in the first section of this 3200. It looks like we will have the likes of Augustus Barth from Central High School, Ricky Lee from Marple Newtown, Edimus Mulgeta from Pencrest, Alexander Gershani from Garnet Valley, Joseph Chaucery from Harrington, Donovan Carmichael from Marple Newtown, Owen Scherf from Springfield, and Alexander DiMatteo to round out here from Haverford. As they are off, as here again, it's going to be big and pivotal here for these guys to pace themselves. As we saw earlier, we had the girl from Springfield start off there in the top 10 and then drop out to the. I mean, she finished in the top 5, granted, but she dropped off a little bit. She looked like to be maybe the top 1 or 2 runners in the event, and then wasn't able to pace herself and empty the tank too early.
Pacing yourself is always something you should keep in mind. It is something that is so important, especially in the longer distance races. And it is something that should be focused on again and again each race today.
Here, as we are a minute in, and it looks to have Xander DiMatteo to be the top right now from Haverford High School. As we are 1 lap in officially. So there are only seven runners in this race. Right now, it looks to be Alexander DiMatteo coming in with the first lap of 1:12 right now to be the front. As it looks like right now, it kind of looks like we're starting to see a separation of the packs again here. It looks as though we have 3, maybe 4 runners here in the front, and we have a little bit of the middle, and then 1 or 2 in the back. Here's with Alexander DiMatteo from Haverford. We have Joseph Chalisari from Harriton and Ricky Lee from Marple also close with him. Here as we are around the 2.5 minute mark. And it really just looks like we're going to have these 4 runners stay in this pack here probably till the last couple laps, and then we'll see what happens. Here's right now they are saying the top 3 are the likes of Alexander DiMatteo from Haverford, Joseph Chalisari from Harriton, Ricky Lee from Marple Newtown, and then Augustus Barth from Central are really the 4 runners here, keeping it close and really being the front of this pack. It looks like Alexander DiMatteo has dropped off a little bit. He really looked like to be prominent there in the start in these first 2. Now he started to drop back towards the middle. And now it looks like the likes of Chalisari, Lee, and Mogetta will be the front of this pack here, going around 4 minutes in, as they have just gotten into their 3rd lap. Again, this is the second race that we've seen here with this long distance where we've had a runner look pretty dominant in the first 2 laps for the boys and the girls, and then just start to fall off a little bit. Here is after the section one heats from both 3200s wrap up here. We will begin with the 300-meter hurdles. Here as we're finishing up, we're getting around to the halfway point of this 3200, and it looks to be Ricky Lee here in first from Marple Newtown, Chalissery here in second, and Mogetta here in third. And we got to see how these guys shape out here and who starts pushing where.
Lee and Mogetta certainly look like they're starting to pull away, and it's just the two of them leading this race.
As we are at the halfway point here, around 6 minutes left, or around 6 minutes in, excuse me, and we have, it looks to be Mogetta starting to really push himself out here. We'll see if he can keep this up for the next second half of this race. But he's about to get into his last 100 as along the likes of Lee right behind him, and Chalissery trying to get back into the front of the pack and not fall into the middle. Here's we have 3 laps, and it does not look like we'll have any of the likes of these runners have a chance to qualify for any district races, but still, again, these guys are doing absolutely great with their times. As remember, these guys are running under 7-minute miles. That's an incredible thing to think about. I think the best I ever averaged was probably around an 8. So I do not have much to say when it comes to the likes of long distance running. Here's it really looks like Mogetta has started to really pull out in front here as he's about to get into the last quarter of this race with around 7.5 in. Definitely see here, though, as Lee is not too far behind him. As we'll see if Mogetta starts to run out of steam in these last 2 and Lee has a chance to catch up. Chalissery, on the other hand, is starting to fall back from the other 2. And then after that, it takes a little while as Alexander DiMatteo from Haverford is around 50 to 75 meters behind the front 3.
Mogetta has created a 4-second cushion for himself. So to finish first in this race, he just needs to maintain that distance from him and second place of Lee from Marple Newtown.
As here we go. As it looked like Lee really started catching up with Mogetta a little bit there. But it looks as if Mogetta is continuing to stretch out here. As they're starting to lap some of the people in the back of the pack here. As we are around 9:15 as these guys will get into their final lap. Again, the District 1 qualifying time for this race is a good 9:43.24 for the boys. As it doesn't look like anybody here will qualify for districts in this heat, but again, absolutely great and stunning times. As Mogetta has really been dominant from the get-go. Here as we have reached the 10-minute mark, and Mogeta looks to try to push it here as he's digging deep to push it here for these last 100 to really stretch himself away from Lee. And it looks like he's going to do just that. As Edimus Mogeta from Pencrest looks to finish with an unofficial time of 10:30.21. As Ricky Lee finishes a good 3 seconds behind him at 10:33.21. To round out the top three, we have Chalisari finishing with an unofficial final of 10:51.81. As then coming in, finishing at fourth is Alexander Haney with an unofficial of 11:03. Right behind him, to wrap out the top five, was Augustus Barth from Central High School at 11:05.55 as an unofficial. Here's we're going to have the last two finish here. It's Alexander DiMatteo from Haverford and Owen Scherf from Springfield.
We are finishing the boys 3,200. Currently in the field, the girls pole vault, the girls long jump, the boys long jump, the boys high jump, the boys shot put, and the girls discus are going on. As soon as the 3,200's over, we're going to set up the 300 hurdles at the right height for the girls.
As here we have Alexander DiMatteo finishing up here with a final of 11:12.72, and Owen Scherf wraps up the first heat of the boys 3,200 with a unofficial final of 12:21.86. As we are about to set up the girls 300-meter hurdles, the girls 300-meter hurdles here. As this may be one of my favorite events to watch when it comes to track and field, as it shows some peak athleticism to really be able to sprint and time it up so that you're able to clear the hurdle. I don't know. I feel like that just shows. The complete package of being an athlete.
Sections are run slow to fast. The last section is the fastest section based on C's that the coaches have put in, so that's how they set their sections up. When you're clocking in for any event, you will clock in at the 10. That includes, I was told, the 100 and the 100 hurdles and 110 hurdles and the 200. Every event clocks in at the 10. The white tent, which says Haverford on it, near the finish line. Make sure the starting blocks get moved after the 300 hurdles to the 100-meter dash line.
Here, as what are some keys here, Tess, for these runners in this hurdles? Is it more of a start? As we know, for the 3,200, it's way more of a long distance kind of race, so you really want to pace yourself.
Since it's a shorter race, I think it is important to get out hard to kind of create a cushion for yourself. But the most important thing is to have good form and to focus on the steps in between the hurdles. Timing up, jumping over the hurdles without stuttering will really put you ahead of everyone else in this race.
So clean transitions is really the key. In other Haverford sports news, I do know that the boys lacrosse team right now is out having a game at Unionville High School, and we will have a member of our crew, Brendan McNichol, come back and tell us a little bit about how the game went, whether it was win or loss, and maybe even have some interviews to join with you for that. As also, we will try to have some interviews from anyone if we have. Of course, we have Michael Powell trying to get something for Penn Relays, and we have the likes of Quentin Ryan trying to get himself here. As we are off in the girls 300, we only have 3 runners in this first heat. Abby Brash from Marple Newtown, Madison Jensimer from Ridley, and Miriam Halfkin here for Harriton. As it really looks like Brash is starting to separate herself here from the pack. She's doing a very good job of these transitions. Oh, she had a little bit of a trip there. So I believe that might be a violation after. But here we go. They're in the last 100. Uh-oh. Some of these girls are starting to trip up here on these last couple hurdles, but here we have Brash really separating herself as Halfkin's going to try to catch up, but it may not be enough as Abby Brash looks to win the girls 300-meter hurdles first heat with an unofficial time of 1 minute .42, as Halfkin has a time of unofficial of 1 minute 2 seconds point, or 1 minute and 2.25 seconds, along with Madison Jensimer with a 1 minute and 8 finish. Here's we're gonna start the second heat here for the 300 hurdles here for the girls. Although we may start with the boys first, we'll have to see. No, we are here for the girls' second heat. So we have Sania Bellamy for Pottsgrove, Tess McCullough for Harriton, Lauren Vaughn for Pottsgrove, and Sarah Bean from Springfield. Here's they are working their transitions here. So it looks like all the way out in the 5th lane, Sarah Bean looks to try to be taking this second heat here as she's clearing the second to last hurdle. As we have Bellamy behind her and then Vaughn behind her as well, but it just doesn't look like they're going to catch up. As Sarah Bean will win the second heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles with an unofficial time of 56:10. Bellamy comes in second at 58.22. Vaughn in third at 58.66. And McCullough did not start. Okay. Here's we will have the third section for the girls 300 meters, as we will have Joy Liu from Upper Marion, Jacqueline Deisler from Ridley, Julia Casey from Pencrest, Brianne Smith from Villa Joseph, and Zayn Lynn from Marple Newtown.
The qualifying time for the 300 hurdles for districts is a 47.74 seconds.
As here we may have some people as we get towards these sections here have a better chance of qualifying. Here's we have a very tight race as it looks to be Brianne Smith to finish first in this section. Brianne Smith from Villa Joseph has finished first in a final of 54.99. Julia Casey from Pencrest second at 56.21. Joy Liu in third at 56.24. Zayn Lin from Marple at 56.69. And Jacqueline Deisler did not race. As in sometimes we will have people scratch these events. Here as we are in the fourth section, we have Allie Pauler from Western Wayne, Harper O'Neill from Pencrest, Kensley O'Donnell from Athacton, Anna Mazur from Strathaven, Madeline Stango from Marple, and Haverford Sports Media's own Tessa Weidman from Haverford High School in the sixth lane. Here as we are on the halfway point of this race. As it looks to be Kensley O'Donnell to really have herself out here in front, with Mazur coming behind the likes of Stango in second or in third. And it looks to be Weidman and O'Neill to finish out the top five there. As Kensley O'Donnell finished second with an official of 48.08. Mazur with a score of 50.74. Stango with a time of 53.21. Harper O'Neill from Pencrest with a 53.79. Haverford Sports Media's Tessa Weidman with a 54.26. And Allie Pauler from Western Wayne with a 57.56. We are in the fifth section of these girls' hurdles with Shannon O'Brien from Athacton, Anna Saboja from Garnet, Alina LaForest from Chester High School, Tegan Cinder from Seidner from Strathaven, Emma McGinn from Academy of Notre Dame, and Tiara Lawler from Chester High School.
Last race, we saw a close time to 47.74. So this race may be the race where someone can qualify for districts.
As if you may not have heard from the PA announcement here, is that in these sections, the bigger the number, the faster the runners are. As in, if you are in the early numbers, you're probably a little bit on the slower side. But then again, there's no shame against that. As I don't think I could run these hurdles in that speed. As we're coming here in the home stretch of the fifth section of the 300 girls hurdle. So it looks to be Seidner from Strathaven and LaForest from Chester to be the top two. So we had some of the best hurdlers here in the state, as we had Tegan Sidner from Strathaven and Alina LaForest from Chester, both finished with times of 46 seconds. As that'll be just not enough to get themselves into the districts. They did. They actually qualified for districts. Sorry, we got a lot going on here.
The state meet qualifying time is 46.25, so they are just cutting it close to being able to go straight to the state meet.
Yeah. Here, as we are about to start the first heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles, is the three runners we have are Babakar Kolaby from Chichester, Benjamin Gutowski from Harriton, and Danny Lane from Marple Newtown. Here, as we have started the boys 300.
This is section one, I believe, of the boys 300 hurdles. Here are the results of the girls 300 hurdles. First five girls will get medals. There's a chance we may not have the 300 hurdles available. If we don't, they will be given to your coaches later. In fifth place,
Here, as we are coming down the home stretch.
Fourth, Emma McGuinn, Notre Dame. Third, Kensley O'Donnell, Methacton. Your runner-up, 46-49, Chester's Alina.
As we have Benjamin Gutowski from Harriton getting a pretty good cushion on Danny Lane from Marple as he stumbles over that last hurdle. It looks like Babakar Kolaby did not race for Chichester, as Gutowski finished with a time of 52:39 and Lane with a time of 55:15.
This is section 2 of the boys 300 hurdles. They have about 100 meters left in the race.
As for the top 5 medalists for the girls 300-meter hurdles, we have Tegan Sidnor from Strathaven, Elena LaForest from Chester in second, Kensley O'Donnell from Methacton in third, Emma McGinn from Academy of Notre Dame in fourth, and Anna Saboja from Garnet Valley. As it was just told to me here, is that Tegan Sidnor from Strathaven has just ran the best girls 300-meter hurdles in the state. but it is very early, so that may change during the season. But as of now, congrats to Tegan Sidnor for holding the best time in the state so far.
We are now starting section 3 of the boys 300 hurdles with Shane Plotz from Pencrest, Matt Jones from Strathaven, Abula Sengare from Upper Darby, Jack Kalish from Garnet Valley, David Wrightson from Lower Moreland, and Carl Barnett from Lower Moreland.
Here's where you're starting to get the faster times here for the boys, the faster runners.
Just a reminder that the district qualifying time for the boys 300 hurdles is 40.74 seconds.
Here's we are coming down the home stretch here. As we look to have Kalish from Garnet. As here in the officials, we have Jack Kalish from Garnet Valley finishing with a time of 46.02. Right behind him was a Abdullah Sanger from Upper Darby at 46.49. Then David Wrightson from Lower Moreland with a time of 47.55. Then Shane Plotz from Pencrest. Then Carl Barnett from Lower Moreland. And Matt Jones did not race from Strathaven. Carl Barnett with a time of 48.24. And the other with a time of 48.15. Here's we are going to start this fourth heat for the boys, or the fourth section for the boys. In lane 1, we have Ethan Starkowski from Marple, Donovan Washington from Ridley, Trey Cook from Pottsgrove, Emerson Hull from Strathaven, Kristen Hart from Devon Prep, and Abado Tonka from Haverford High School. As we are off in this fourth section.
I believe this is section 4 of the hurdles. Section 4 of the boys 300 hurdles. Final call, girls and boys 4x8.
Here as we're coming down the home stretch. We look to have Trey Cook really giving himself a cushion here, followed by Hull in Washington from Strathaven and Ridley. And here are the official finals for these for the team. Trey Cook finishes for Pottsgrove at first, an official of 44.14. Donovan Washington from Ridley finishes with 45.98. Emerson Hull from Strathaven with a time of 46.05. Ethan Starwowski from Marple with a time of 46.76. Ucart from Devon Prep, 47.16. And Haverford's own Abado finished out with a time of 48.16. Here as we are in the fifth and final heat here. or fifth and final section here. So we have John Frayne from Holy Ghost Prep, Haverford's own Owen Bush, Walton Garnett from Chester, who, if I heard correctly, is was a state medalist last year. Trayvon Foster from Pottsgrove in lane 4, George Bostwick from Pencrest in lane 5, and Zach Howard from Chester Charter in lane 6. We were on the halfway point here. And it really looks like it's going to come down to Howard. It's going to come down to Howard and Garnett. As Garnett's really pushing himself. My fault, Foster and Garnett. And that was a wire-to-wire finish right there.
Owen Bush taking a tumble at the line to finish the race.
Hey, as long as you're running fast, that's all that matters. Walton Garnett officially wins the 5th heat here with a time of 42.21. Trevin Foster comes in second with a time of 42.31. Owen Bush comes in third for Haverford with a final of 43.98. George Bostwick from Pencrest with a time of 46.03. John Frayne from Holy Ghost Prep with a time of 46.57, and the other runner did not race.
Unfortunately, we do not have anyone qualifying for districts from this race.
Now we're starting with some fun here. This is some of the storylines we have here. Both teams here, for girls and boys, are trying for the 4x8 relay, are trying to qualify for the Penn relays. And for the girls, they're going to need 940, and for the boys, you're going to need 808. Here's we're going to have the first section of the girls 4x8, as we have the likes of Haverford, Strathaven, Harriton, Springfield, Pencrest, Ridley, Villa Maria, Lower Moreland, Central, Upper Marion, Academy of Notre Dame, Marple, Newtown, and Pottsgrove as the 13 runners. There's the 13 schools running. As again, just to say, the girls for Haverford are trying to qualify for the Penn Relays, the famous Penn Relays, the over 100-year race, an event held at Franklin Field. And all these 4 girls need to do is get a time of 9:40, and they will be at Franklin Field running the Penn Relays.
It's one of the. It's the.
Here, as to try to make sure everyone understands this, we are going to have each one of these runners will be, first of all, there's going to be a baton in this, which is going to be the fun part, seeing these exchanges. And then we're going to have, usually you have your fastest runners are usually your first and last. As we are off here, as again, it's just like a long distance. You're going to want to all try to squeeze into that first lane as fast as possible. as each girl will run two. Each girl will run 2 laps, and then at the end of that second lap is when you hand off the baton.
Handing off the baton is a crucial part to this race because if it is just a second slower than a group you're neck and neck with, it just gives them such an advantage to get ahead. So working on these handoffs are the most important thing in this race.
Here as we are in this first lap.
We'll be able to give you the split at the 400 for the first leg, but that'll probably be it for the race. We might be able to split the leaders. We'll see.
It's really one pack besides the starter for Harrison.
The leaders going through
Really push themselves here.
72, 73, 74, 75.
Here as we are around 120 into this race, and most of these teams have already gotten 1 lap in. It's really going to be interesting to see how these teams separate themselves from the pack. Again, remember the girls here are trying to get a time of 9:40 to put themselves in the pen relays.
Haverford is taking the lead. Morgan Elliott has made a move around the curve, and she is now getting distance ahead of the rest of the pack.
As again, at this point, winning the heat would be amazing, but also you're trying to get that time of 9:40 or less to get yourselves back to these pen relays and put yourself in the history books. Here, as we've just passed the 2-minute mark, and it looks like Morgan Elliott's time for this relay is about to come to an end. She's about to hand the baton off.
She has created a big cushion for Mackenzie Gillespie to take the baton and have a ton of time to just keep the pace in front of the rest of the group.
That is exactly what she's doing, keeping up. As we are here, we are towards the end of the first half of this race, as Maddie Gillespie is starting to make her turn to get her first 400 in. As Gillespie has had the lead here, was around the 3:30 mark. She has gotten to her third lap. She's trying to get here to the halfway point. Remember, they are trying to get a time of 9:40. So getting here around 4.5 minutes, really good chance to get themselves into the pen relays. Here's Maddie Gillespie has started to slow down a little bit here. Mackenzie Gillespie is starting to slow down here for Haverford as she's getting towards her last 100. She's starting to come up.
Harrington is starting to make a move, creating a shorter distance between her and Mackenzie Gillespie from Haverford.
Strathaven is also right on their tails as Aubrey Lena Weaver takes the baton and starts to push the pace here, trying to get a bigger cushion, and besides that, try to beat the clock at 9:40. As right now, it really looks to be Strathaven starting to close in on Haverford. As Harrington and Strathaven are really just both on the heels here of Aubrey Lena Weaver. She's really been trying to push this pace here. She got the baton with around 5 minutes, around the 5-minute mark, and is really pushing it here to try to almost start lapping some of these people. As she goes into the last 100 of her first lap. Again, the likes of Strathaven and Harrington right on her heels. As Harrington's starting to pass her. As we are in her as we are about to be in the last 2/3 here, as we've hit the 6-minute mark.
Haven has taken the lead and is creating a lot of space for herself, separating herself from Aubrey, Lena Weaver from Haverford, and Harrington.
Here's Aubrey is trying to make sure that she tries to close this gap here. As now Lena Weaver is trying to push back in front.
Haverford has taken the lead.
Here's Lena Weaver's about to get into her last 100. As we're about to get to the last quarter of this relay here by this 4x8. And we'll give ourselves about 7 minutes. Here's Lena Weaver's going to start to push it here. Now, this is really where the time comes down, as we're going to have these last 800. As here we go. Lena Weaver brings it in. And right now, these girls are going to have to get it with about 2 minutes. They have 2 minutes to get 800 meters to qualify for the Penn Relays. Here we go. She's starting to push it here for Haverford. Really starting to push it here. Trying to make sure that she can get this time. As right now, she's getting close to 8 minutes. As she'll get herself. As she's trying to get herself towards the halfway point.
Haverford's anchor has really created a big lead for herself. She has about 100 meters from second place of Strathaven.
Here's we're in the last minute and a half for these girls to try to get back to Franklin Field. And here we go into the last 400. She's really going to try to push it here. And here we go.
Time is 8:22.
Here she comes into this first curve. Trying to save some of that gas for the last 100. As she has around 60 seconds. Here she comes. You can see the determination in her stride. As she just continues to go. Here she laps someone. And she's starting to push. Here we go. Franklin Field is only around 40 seconds away. Here we go. As we have hit the 9-minute mark. And she is starting to get into her last 150. Now it's really just about how much you want it. As she's coming into this last curve and she's about to go into the straightaway. And here we go. Got about 20 seconds left for Haverford to try to get to Franklin. And here we go. She's pushing it. She's going to continue. She's going. She looks like she's going to get it. Is she? And it looks like we are going to Franklin Field, baby. Haverford is going to make it to the Penn Relays with an official final of about 9:32.13. Your Haverford Fords are going to make the Penn Relays for the girls 4x800 meter relay. As Strathaven finished with a time of 9:42.42. And Harrington with a time of 9:49.82. But the big story of this race is the Haverford Fords are going back to Franklin Field to participate in the Penn Relays for the girls 4x800 meter relay. It's a great day. It's one of the things that this team wanted to check off the list for accomplishments, and they've done just that. All those girls should be very proud. Yes, as the girls have officially clinched their way to Franklin Field for the Penn Relays in the 4x800 with an official time or with a final of 9:32.13. Here's we're having some of the teams finish up here. We had Pencrest not participate in this event. They just scratched their relay. And besides that, we have Springfield came in fourth with a time of 10:10 flat. Ridley rounded out the top five with a time of 10:48.02. Lower Moreland with a time of 11:13.41. Villa Maria with a time of 11:19.93. Podsgrove with a time of 11:25.8.
Here are the results of the boys 300 hurdles. Top six medal. Sixth, Donovan Washington, Ridley. Fifth, Stephen O'Donovan, Ridley. Fourth, Trey Cook, Pottsgrove. Third, Owen Bush, Haverford.
As
Second,
Pottsgrove
standing time,
finished eighth with 11:25.
42:31 for the
Central
Haverford.
ninth with 11:42. Upper Marion rounds out the top 10 with a time of 11:49.15. The Academy of Notre Dame finished with a time of 12.1. As we have the medalists here for the boys 300-meter hurdles. First, Walton Garnett from Chester with a final time of 42.21. Then Trayvon Foster from Pottsgrove with a time of 42.31. Then Owen Bush from Haverford with a time of 43.98. Then Trey Cook from Pottsgrove with a final of 44.14. And then the last two medalists, Stephen O'Donovan from Ridley with a time of 45.73. And Donovan Washington, also from Ridley, with a time of 45.98. As again, the big news here was that the Haverford girls 4x800 relay, if you've just joined us, has clinched their way to the Penn Relays by finishing with a time of 9:32. As now we're going to do the boys here. As the boys are going to, again, here we're going to try to see if we can go 2 for 2 here for Haverford. The time to get to the Penn Relays is 8:08 for the boys. And we'll see. We're going to see what happens. Here's the schools participating in this event are, of course, Haverford in lane 1, Garnet Valley in lane 2, Harrison in lane 3, Upper Marion in lane 4, Marple Newtown, Ridley, Upper Darby, Lower Moreland, Strathaven, Pencrest, Roman Catholic, and Chichester. And we're off in the boys 4x800.
First call, second call, third call.
Haverford has a huge lead. Gabe really coming out of the gates strong.
That's Gabe Zwilling for Haverford.
Second call, third call, girls javelin. Boys disc and girls javelin report in now. I believe the boys high jump is still going on.
As we've just hit the half-minute mark, and Gabe Zwilling has already got himself over 150 meters in to his my fault, probably over 250 into his first 400. Gabe Willing is really separating himself from the rest of the competition, as he's already got his first half done in under a minute. And at this point, they're just pushing, trying to make sure they get that time at 8:08.
The key is to try to keep this lead. The girls' relay did have a little dip, creating a close area for the middle of the relay, but the boys should really try to keep this lead that they have.
Fourth, Springfield Delco. Third, Harrison. Second, Strathaven. And your winners, 224, 229, 219, 218, 932, 13, Haverford.
As here comes Gabe's Willing, as his lead has diminished a little bit. But here he is. So we're about to hit the 2-minute mark, and he's about to hand it over to Patrick Lawson. And here we go. Now again here, we're going to have the top 5 finishers. The top 5 finishers for the girls 4x800. Ridley at a final time of 10:48. Springfield with a final of 10:10. Harrington with a final of 9:49. Strathaven with a final of 9:42. And your Haverford Fords came to clinch their spot in the Penn Relays with a time of 9:32.13. Here as we have Patrick Lawson gap again here as we are about to hit the 3-minute mark, and he's about to go halfway through his 800.
If he keeps up this pace, he will be able to keep the significantly large gap between him and the second place team of Lower Moreland.
Here as it really looks like Patrick Lawson is in a league of his own right now. I mean, this whole Forts Relay team is in a league of their own as of now. As Lawson has hit his first 200 of his last 4. As he's really going to start to push it now here as we've just passed 3.5 minutes. Remember, the time to get to or to get under is 8 minutes and 8 seconds here if you're any of these 4x8 teams. And it looks like Patrick Lawson's really trying to do it here as he's sprinting out these last 100 meters. As he's about to give it off to Quentin Ryan. And there goes Quentin Ryan.
Strong handoff from Patrick to Quentin, even helping them keep this far lead.
Here's we've just hit the 4-minute mark, and they're halfway through. On pace here. It might become close. As this race really isn't. As Quentin Ryan has about a 200-meter lead on the rest of the pack. As Quentin Ryan is coming into the last 100 of his first lap. As he's really starting to push it now. And here he comes. His last lap under 5 minutes. Really keeping up with this time. As at this point, this Haverford 4x8 relay has had about a whole minute ahead of the rest of the pack. As it is not even close. As here we have just passed the 5.5-minute mark. And Quentin Ryan is about to hand it off in his last 100 to the anchor, a finalist in cross country this year, and one of the greatest runners in Haverford history, Ethan Fingerhut. And we're off at the 6-minute. The 6-minute mark. Ethan Fingerhut has 2 minutes and 8 seconds to get himself and his 4x800 team to Franklin Field and run on the Penn relays.
Looks like Haverford's going to do the double in the girls and boys 4x8 today. The home team.
Fingerhut here is about to get halfway through. Shorter gait than the rest of his runners, but still at a ferocious pace.
There's the second handoff at 6:33.
I think a big factor in Haverford's success is keeping up the pace and having strong handoffs, allowing them to really create a huge lead and really becoming close to this qualifying time.
As here we go, as we're around the 7-minute mark, and Fingerhut starts his last lap.
Time is 7 minutes on the dot.
As here we go, he's got himself around 68 seconds to get one more 400-meter lap.
They may break 8 flat. 300 to go. We're at the 300 mark. Look at the anchor leg. He needs a 35 last 300 to break 8 flat.
As here comes Ethan Fingerhut.
State leading time coming in here today. What a run.
As Fingerhut is really starting to kick it up here, as we have just passed the 7.5-minute mark, as he's about to get into his last 100 here, and he may break 8 flat, as the PA announcer announced. As here he is, he's really kicking it. We had it at the 7:50 mark right now. And let's see it. Ethan Fingerhut and the boys 4x800 get under 8 minutes for the 4x8 meter relay, and they are absolutely clinching themselves comfortably to the Penn relays. What a stunning performance by all 4 runners.
That was a strong finish by Ethan Fingerhut, really helping the Haverford team create a sub-80 4x8 relay.
Absolutely stunning by all 4 runners. Both relay teams doing an absolute amazing job here at the Haverford Invitational. Both clinching their spots in the Penn relays. Absolute stunning job by both teams as the boys go under 8 minutes for their 4x8. So we have the rest of these teams closing in. As Roman Catholic finished second with a time of 8:45.34. As you can see, this Haverford relay team really just there was no competition for them besides themselves out there today on the track. As Harrison was the last of the top 3, rounded it up with a final of 8:48.23. Garnet Valley came in 4th with a time of 8:50.68. Upper Darby with a time of 8:52.03.
As soon as this race finishes, we're going to start the 100. We do not have anyone over the yellow line down from the 0 to 100.
Lower Moreland with a 9:02.84. Upper Marion at 7th with a 9:06.79. Ridley with a 9.23 or 9:23.23. Strathaven with a 9:28.56. Marple Newtown rounds out the top 10 with a 9:42.87. Pencrest did not race. And Chichester is about to finish up here. As it looks like Chichester will finish around the 10:33 mark. Official time for Chichester is 10:32.4. As Pencrest again did not race. The main story of both 4x8 relays for both girls and boys, though, is that the Haverford Fords clinched their spot into the Penn relays. with absolute dominance shown by both, especially the boys though with their under 8-minute 4x8 relays.
Based on their performance, you could really tell that they have been working towards this. They were supporting each other throughout the whole race and was really pushing themselves to get a sub 8-minute 4x8.
All right, how do we keep All right, how do we keep Nice. Come on, man. Wait.
And now we are competing in the 100-meter dash for the girls. This is section 5.
As it looks like we have Maddie Kelly from Villa Maria finished first in this fifth section here with a final of 13.83. Shea Charles from Central coming in at second at 13.89. Serenity Minor from Cristo Ray at 14.8. Riley Barnhart from Academy of Notre Dame at 14.66. And Olivia Dwyer from Marple finishes it out at 15.29.
The district qualifying time for the 100-meter dash for the girls is 12.74 seconds.
Here, as we're going to start to get into the actual good competition here, as we have in the 100, right now we have Alyssa Leenan and Soli Bon Johnson from Methacton in the first two lanes, Adria Kitzinger from Ridley in the third, Sela Babian from Marple in the fourth, Ava Kanzinger from Garnet Valley in the fifth, and Amber Zawisalk from Pottsgrove in the sixth lane. As they are on their mark. And they're off. As this is a close one.
Ridley is pulling ahead.
And it looks like Adria Kitzinger from Ridley will win this section of the girls' 100-meter dash. With a final time of 13.51. Soli Von Johnson from Methacton coming in at second at 13.76. Ava Kanzinger from Garnet at 14.05. Sela Babian from Marple at 14.18. And that was the end for the top three here. Now for the seventh heat of the girls' 100-meter. Haverford's very own Aaron O'Brien in the first lane. Then Thomason Allen Bay and Razia Womack from Monsignor Barner Archbishop Pendergrass in lanes 2 and 3, along with Jade Williams from Quakertown in lane 4, and Achita Diarra and Jalen Cage from Engineering and Science in lanes 5 and 6. Again, the district qualifying time for the girls 100 is 12.74. And they're off. Here, as it looks like Allen Bay for Prendy is going to finish first in Section 7. With a final of 13.21. Haverford's Aaron O'Brien finishes second with a time of 13.38. Jade Williams from Quakertown finishes with 13.47. And we're waiting here. We had Achita Diarra from Engineering and Science coming in fourth with 13.63. Razia Womack from Prendy with 13.65. And Jalen Cage with a final of 13.73 for Engineering and Science. here as we are in the 8th section. But first, let's have the top 5 finishers here for the boys 4x800 meter relay. Officially was Upper Darby with a time of 8:52:03. Garnet Valley with a time of 8:50.68. Harriton with a time of 8:48.23. Roman Catholic with a time of 8:45.34. And your Haverford Fords boys 4x800 meter relay finishes first in an under 8-minute time of 7:57.92 to get themselves into the Penn relays.
Here is section 8 of the girls 100 meter dash, and we have our own Erin Oslowski taking the lead.
Aaron Olsofsky with the win. Right next to Alasia Mosley of Chester.
Here as Aaron Ozlovsky finished with a time of 12.74. Alaza Mosley finished with a time of 12.85 from Chester. McKenna Calabria from Quakertown at a time of 13.14. Harper Latham from Pottsgrove finished with a time of 13.58. Jeray Fontaine from Ridley with a 13.6 time. And Takaya Prey from Chichester with a time of 14.85. Haverford's Aaron Olowski just hit the time to qualify for the District 1 100-meter dash, if that is official.
I'm here with Owen Bush from Haverford High School, who got third in the 300 hurdles. Hi, Owen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for asking. During your race, what did you focus on to get into the top 5?
I was just trying to focus on speed between the hurdles. I know a lot of the other guys that I was racing against tend to get super low, right over the hurdles, which tends to bring down your speed. But since I didn't have that advantage, I just tried to get speed in between the hurdles.
Based on earlier races from earlier meets, was this an improvement in your 300 hurdles run?
I'd say every race is an improvement. It's kind of all about mentality. It's definitely colder out than it usually is during these spring meets, but you just kind of try to bring it your all and don't look back and just keep running.
At the end, when you messed up a little bit on the
Yeah.
last hurdle, how did you tell yourself mentally, like, how to finish after that?
Well, that actually happened. I don't know if you saw a couple meets back. I did the same exact thing. I leaned over the line a little too far and took a bit of a tumble. But, yeah, I guess I'm just trying to go head forward the entire time. Just try to keep ahead of everybody else, and that's all I'm worrying about. So, if I take a bit of a tumble at the end, not too big of a deal as long as I finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is section 3 of the boys 100-meter dash, and we have Nathaniel Zudi from Haverford in lane 4.
Along with Tim Steyer from Strathaven at lane 1, Jake Murphy from Devon Prep at lane 2, Joseph Nowicki from Springfield at lane 3, and Dominic Tochi from Marple Newtown at lane 5, and Dominic Nicoye from Chester Charter in lane 6, and we're off.
Looks like Springfield's taking the lead, but Marple is catching up.
And it looks like here, for the third section of the boys 100-meter dash, Joseph Nowicki from Springfield finished with a time of 12.4 flat. Dominic Tochi from Marple Newtown finished second with a time of 12.42. Tim Steyer from Strathaven finished with a time of 12.46. Nathaniel Zawidi from Haverford finished with a time of 12.62. Jake Murphy from Devon Prep finished with a time of 12.96. And Dominic Nicoye did not run in this race.
The boys' qualifying time for the 100-meter dash for districts is 11.24 seconds.
Here, as we are in the fourth section, as we have Jonathan Harding from Springfield in lane 1, Aiden Heppard from Ridley in lane 2, Isaiah Guy Bruton from Chichester in lane 3, Luke Moyer from Marple Newtown in lane 4, Joseph Davis from Garnet Valley in lane 5, and Will Dixon from Quakertown in lane 6. As they get ready on the starting block. And they're off. Here we go as they start to push it. So it really looks like Moyer's trying to pull out here in the front of the pack. It's going to be a close one. For the official times.
1,500 meters after the 100 final. Don't forget, everybody behind the yellow line for this 100.
We will give you an update for the boys, for this fourth section of the boys 100 meters as soon as we get the information for you. But right now, let's take a little look at the girls 100 meter dash. The top 5 finishers. Oh, never mind. We just got the fourth section here. Will Dixon from Quakertown finished at the time of 12.28. Joseph Davis from Garnet Valley at a time of 12.48. Jonathan Harding, my apologies, passed from Springfield, passed Joseph Davis at a time of 12.44. Isaiah Guy Bruton finished with a time of 12.35 to be in second. I'm sorry, these things are updating very interesting. Some technical difficulties here. As now we have Luke Moyer with a time, finishing first with a time of 12.15. Aiden Heppard with a time from Ridley at a time of 12.16. And that's all I could get you for that one. I apologize. We're on to section 5 of the boys 100 meter with Devin Urie from Quakertown in lane 1. Sam DiStefano from Westtown in lane 2. Sam Applebaum, Haverford's own Sam Applebaum in lane 3. Raheem McKiver from Chester in lane 4. Vincent Scarnato from Pottsgrove in lane 5. And Walter Jones III from Chichester in lane 6. Sam Applebaum from Haverford, a multi-sport athlete. Also was on the football team for 2 years. As the runners get in their blocks. The runners get set. And they're off. As here we have Sam Applebaum really pushing it out right now, trying to get into the front. It's going to be another tight one. Walter Jones III pushing up in lane 6.
Sam had a strong start, but Walter Jones in lane 6 really pushed it to the end, having him a time from Chichester, having him a time of 11.98.
With Devin Urey from Quakertown coming in at second at a time of 12.18. Sam DiStefano from Westtown at a time of Raheem McKiver with a time of 12.45. Sam DiStefano from Westtown with a time of 12.64. McKiver, by the way, is from Chester. Vincent Scarnato came in second at a time of 12.04, as well as Sam Applebaum, Haverford's own Sam Applebaum, with a time of 12.04. Here's we're in the 6th section. In lane 1, LeBrant Davis from Holy Ghost Prep, Ishmael Johnson Juthi from Monsignor Bonner, Santi Benbow from Westtown, Robert Martin from Central, Rocky King from Strathaven, and Connor Reese from Harrison in lane 6. As the runners get in their blocks, and they're off. It's a really tight one. All runners really kind of pulling in, but Reese is pulling out. As Connor Reese right now is your unofficial winner at 11.83. Robert Martin from Central comes in second at a time of 12.06. LeBrant Davis from Holy Ghost Prep at 12.1. Santi Benbow from Westtown at a time of 12.13. Rocky King at a time from 12.23. And Ishmael Johnson Juthi at a time of 12.23. Now in the 7th section, we have Xavier Tall in lane 1 from Engineering and Science. LaFenis Mays Jr. from Chester in lane 2. Frederick McCrae III from Upper Darby. James Ugori from Monsignor Bonner. Laleel Crooks from Cristo Rey, along with Amir Sloan, also from Cristo Rey, in lanes 5 and 6.
A reminder that the boys' district qualifying time for the 100-meter dash is 11.24 seconds.
The runners are getting set. And we're off. It's going to be really close between Ujori and McCrae III.
All these races have come down to the final person pushing to the end.
Absolutely. Right now we have Frederick McCrae III from Upper Darby finishing with a time of 11.54. James Ugori from Monsignor Bonner finishing with a time of 11.59. Xavier Tall from Engineering and Science, 11.71. Jalee Crooks and Amir Sloan, both at 11.83 and 11.84 for Cristo Rey. And that finished at the top 5 here. As now we are in the 8th section of the boys 100 meter. Bryson Hall from Garnet Valley in lane 1. Trey Woodley and Samir Watson, both from Roman Catholic in lanes 2 and 3. Demetrius Carter in lane 4 for Pottsgrove. Upper Darby's LeVar Jackson And Central's Anthony Jones Collins. LeVar Jackson from Upper Darby in lane 5. Anthony Jones Collins from Central in lane 6. Again, the boys' 100-meter dash qualifying time is 11.24. As they get in their blocks. And they're off. It's really going to be a push here. Jackson trying to push in front, and he looks to be ahead of the pack. As LeVar Jackson looked to be in a league of his own in this heat. Upper Darby's LeVar Jackson cruising in, qualifying for districts at a time of 11.16. Garnet Valley's Bryson Hall comes in second at a time of 11.57. Botsgrove's Demetrius Carter comes in third at a time of 11.62. Anthony Jones Collins from Central comes in at 11.69. Troy Woodley from Roman Catholic comes in at 11.82. And Samir Watson from Roman Catholic comes in at 11.94. Upper Darby's LeVar Jackson qualifies for districts in the 100-meter dash.
Next is the girls' 1,600-meter run.
Now an update here for the boys' shot put. Haverford's own Michael Powell did finish first with a length of 52 feet, but sadly he did not make his mark of 50.
Let's not do the minimum, boys.
Middle from Upper Darby at 41.06. Corey Scott from Pottsgrove at 42.01. And Haverford's Michael Powell having a 10 feet lead over everyone else with 52. As we showed some clips there. Again, Michael Powell was not able to start off with the he was not able to qualify for the Penn relays, but he is already qualified for districts. So what we just saw from those videos there was Haverford's Michael Powell throwing the shot put. He did place first here at 52.02 feet, but he did not qualify for the Penn relays, which is 55, but he is already qualified for districts, as he already did last week at Upper Darby with a length of 54. Now here we are starting with the girls' 1,600-meter run, as we have just kicked that off, as Lauren Duffy of Springfield starting here at a 122 split time right now in her first lap, followed by Sienna Lee and C.C. Perkins from Archbishop Pendergrass, as they really look to be the front of the pack here. Welcome back. And now here we are in the last laps here, as we still have the trio of Lauren Duffy, C.C. Perkins, and Brianna Chrisman all kind of lining up here at the top of the as the top group here for the first section of the girls' 1,600-meter run. Now, again, like we were talking about earlier, if you do not know, one lap around a track is 400 meters, so 1,600 equals a mile. here as Lauren Duffy looks to have finished actually and a bit ahead of the whole pack by lapping the competition at a score of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Welcome back. And right now I am joined with, as we're finishing up the girls' 1600 meter, I am joined by one of the lead off for the boys 4x800 meter relay team, Gabe Zwilling. Want to welcome you.
Hello.
And I also want to congratulate you on the minus 8 minute flat relay time, and of course qualifying yourselves for the Penn relays.
Thank you.
So to come in here, of course, this is Haverford Sports Media's first coverage of a track meet. How much work really comes in for you guys? I know you guys really do work hard, and there's a lot to go in it, but try to share with some of the viewers right now, like, what are some of the behind the scenes stuff that not a lot of people really take into accountability when it comes to these kind of meets?
Well, we come every day after school. We're all training. We're all working hard at practice and outside of practice to do as well as we can during these meets. Even at the meets, we're warming up and doing small workouts before the race so that we're as best prepared as we can, and then we work as hard as we can during the race.
Now, you guys have a very, very good group, and I'm pretty sure a very tight-knit group of guys here, and you have great runners along you with the likes of Patrick Lawson, Ethan Fingerhut, and Quentin Ryan. So how close are you guys really when it comes to, like, outside of track and besides that, getting down the handoffs?
Yeah, we're very close. We hang out in school. We hang out at practice, outside of practice. We're definitely very close, and we love encouraging each other and pushing each other to do as best as possible.
That's awesome. So what went into your mind starting off for this for this meet? Of course, probably knowing that you had a chance to qualify for the Penn Relays.
I knew we definitely had a good chance to qualify for Penn. I knew we had a good chance to qualify for the districts meet. The other three guys are all faster than me, so I definitely wanted to pull my weight and give them a good lead them off in first place. So that was the main thing going through my mind, was to start us off in first.
Well, in my personal opinion, you definitely did that very well.
Thank
so
you.
I want to congratulate you on that again. And any future things that we're trying to hit in the next meet or two?
Well, later today I have another Open 800 that I'm going to try to PR in. And then in future meets, just keep working hard, keep racing well, not worry too much about times, and just put the work in and see what results I get out of it.
And most importantly, have some fun.
Absolutely.
All right. I want to thank you again and congratulate you for the qualification of the Penn Relays and Districts, and to continue to have a great rest of the meet and a great rest of the season.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And welcome back here as we are starting the second heat of the girls' 1600 meters with Haverford's own Lindsay Orner and Katya Scott both running in this one. We will keep you updated as we have just had the first lap of that. But while this is going on, we have another 4x800 as we have Morgan Elliott coming in for an interview. How are you doing, Morgan?
I'm doing good.
Again, I want to congratulate you on the on qualifying for the Penn relays and of course finishing first. So what was the feeling of the group coming into this one?
Definitely nervous. We've never ran as a group together. This is only me and Aubrey's second time running an 800 this year, and Aubrey's second time ever running an 800. So we are definitely nervous, just trying to beat our PRs from last week, and we did awesome. And we beat them, definitely.
Yeah, I was about to say, for a group running for only the second time together, that's pretty impressive to get the 820, the 923 mark and be able to qualify for Penn relays. But I asked Gabe this question as well. What are some of the behind the scenes stuff that a lot of people probably don't think of when it comes to track, when it comes to like working hard or like when it comes to like practice and preparing for meets?
There's a lot of just like mental preparing you have to do. I mean, I think track, like, a really cool but also hard thing about track is it's mentally, physically, and emotionally challenging. And I think just getting in the right mental headspace before a meet, like there's so much to worry about, so much to think about, like your splits, how fast you're going to come in at a certain distance, like practicing in practice and then transferring that to a meet definitely takes a lot of practice, but I feel like we can really do it. And that's a lot of things that people don't really think about when they think about track.
Mind, body, and soul, all the things an athlete needs to train together. Absolutely, that's a great answer. Like besides that, are there any more events that you are running today that you
I
have
am
a
not.
chance? No,
No.
that was it.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, you know what? Well, at least you did a great job with the events you ran in. But are there any
Thank you.
more? Are there any future accolades that this 4x800 team is going to try to chase in the future? Like for instance, I know probably district and Penn relays already, but is there like a state championship time you have to get or anything like those?
To get to states, you have to place at districts. So right now, obviously, just districts is our top priority. Plus, Penn relays is a little bigger level than districts. So definitely getting prepared for that, getting to know each other as a 4x8 team, working together, and just improving as a team.
And then most importantly, having some fun.
Of course.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for your time. And,
yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
And that was Morgan Elliott from the girls 4x800 meter team here that qualified for Penn Relays here. As we have Haverford's own Lindsay Orner and Katya Scott, both way ahead of the pack here, as they both are finishing here with sub 6 minute miles, as they have officially said that Lindsay Orner is going to fish with a 5:36.91 and Katya Scott with a 5:36.94. As the top two, as Haverford dominates the second heat here, the girls 1600 meter. And we have Hannah Powell from Central coming in at third with a time of 5:42.53. Isabel Prosnitz from Harriton at a time of 5:51.19. Gwen Chorney from Pencrest wraps up the top five at a time of 5:51.56. Allie Pavone from Marple and her teammate Madeline Impriano finished with a time of 5:51.57 and 5:51.61. And here we have the third heat of the girls 1600. As we just heard over the PA announcer, the top seeded runner in the 1600, the third heat of this girls 1600 is Sydney Kuster from Ridley, and her time is at a 5:25. After that, we have Siri Hellenbrand from Lower Moreland in lane 2. Ella Cook from Westtown in lane 3. Madison Kamer from Western Wayne in lane 4. Chloe Brown from Strathaven in lane 5. Casey Conway, also her teammate, in lane 6. Catherine Kinzel from Garnet in lane 7. Molly Thomas from Methacton in lane 8. Teammates Meredith Glunz and Kate Quinn from Villa Joseph Marie in lanes 9 and 10. Risa Palmer from Quakertown in lane 11. And Mary Rosano from Academy of Notre Dame in lane 12. As here we have, as right now you are seeing a discus throw from Nora from Academy of Palumbo in Philadelphia. She is a senior, and she had thrown this 87 feet. Very impressive. I want to shout out Nora from Academy of Palumbo, the senior from Academy of Palumbo, for throwing the discus 87 feet.
Welcome back to our Haverford Invitational track meet. We are here at our third heat of the boys 1600 meter run. We have two Haverford runners competing in this event, so we're going to get right into that once that heat starts up. So far today, we've had a lot of Haverford victories, both the girls and boys 4x800 relays qualified for districts and have qualified also for the Penn relays, which has been a very exciting thing. And that has been the overall numbers for Haverford so far. And again, this competition here is our third heat in the boys 1600 meter run. And we're off here now at the Haverford Invitational with the boys' third heat of the boys 1600 meter run. We are now starting here. Again, two Haverford runners are in this competition, so we'll make sure to keep an eye out for them as they're rounding the halfway mark of their first lap. And they're rounding the corner for their final 100 of the first lap here. And the racers are all slowly compact here, as it is usually during the first lap. Again, we'll see during the second lap a little bit more of the separation as we see the tail end start to expand. Again, both Rob Volbrick and Remy Dumfries is competing here for Haverford. They are still relatively up in the pack. Again, you can see on your screen there, the pack is slowly starting to spread apart as we have multiple, as we're entering now our second lap, almost halfway through it. Boys 1600 meter lap, 16 meter run is 8 total laps. And once again, they're rounding the corner here. We have, seems as though the Fords are in second place here with number 1 right now. Going to the Holy Ghost Prep. And entering the now third lap. We have 3 more laps left here. James Corbett, Holy Ghost Prep, is at his split 1-8. Remy Dufresne, 1-8 as well, 2-7. And William Nagy of Weston School is in third as we enter now 3 laps left here for our boys heat 3, boys 1600 meter run. Holy Ghost, and it seems as though the Weston School are up and neck at the top of the pack, and we see as though Pencrest, Brendan Hefferon, has slowly taken his third place spot now as the pack again is slowly starting to continue to discrepancy in the overall pack. The separation now is entering our third 100 of the third lap here. And once again, we have Corbett for Prep and Nagy for the Weston School, taking first and second on the with 2 laps left to go. Hefferon for Pencrest at third. The Forwards are trailing back in the pack, but there are still still 2 laps left to go. Corbett is extending his lead here as he's starting to push ahead of Nagy and increasing it now at the first place with some distance. We can see a clear first and second here as Holy Ghost Prep at first and Weston School at second. Pencrest at third. The School of Engineering and Science right now, roughly at fourth. And we have our entering now our final, the next 100. Here we have one lap left once they get across that mark, and here we go. Holy Ghost Prep here, finishing up strong. And there you go. First place goes to Corbett for the Holy Ghost Prep. Second place, Nagy for the Weston School. Third place, Brendan Heffernan for Pencrest. 1, 2, 3. And the forwards finish up as well. Fourth place goes to Saristi Sandoval, Engineering and Science. Fifth place, Bernard from Ridley. Sixth place, D'Angelo from Marple Newtown. Seventh place, DeFrance from Haverford Township High School. Bulbrook at 8. Haverford Township High School. Kane for Ridley at 9. Rulo, Devon Prep at 10. And therefore, we have 11 Perez, Holy Ghost Prep at a 5:6:24 mark. And Lee, Marple Newtown to finish out the race. We're going to pass it over now to our girls 4x100 meter relay.
We're here with the section 1 of the 4x1 for girls. Ridley's in lane 1. Springfield Delco is in lane 2. Chichester's lane 3. Marple Newtown's in lane 4. Villa Joseph Marie is in lane 5. And Upper Marion is lane 6. The qualifying time for the 4x1 district girls relay is 51.14 seconds. I'm here with my assistant broadcaster, Matt Hassan.
Thank you for having me, Tess.
You're welcome. Girls are at the blocks waiting for Mr. Starter.
Zone 3 still waiting. Zone 3 is ready, Mr. Starter.
The girls are getting set in their blocks. And they're off. Good handoff by Upper Marion.
Third call, 400. First, second, and third call, 400.
Upper Marion and Villa Joseph Marie in the front.
Here's the results of the boys, 1600.
Villa Joseph Marie taking the lead.
Yes, even Barnard, Ridley.
Marple Newtown is coming from behind and is taking the lead. Final 100. Marple Newtown is in the lead.
Villa Joseph Marie coming back, but looks like Marple Newtown will probably take this.
And Marple Newtown finishes first. Marpa Newtown finishes with a time of 54.82 seconds. Villa Joseph Marie finishes with a time of 55.62 seconds. Springfield finishes third with a time of 56.22 seconds. Chichester finishes with a time of 57.84 seconds, and Upper Merion finishes with a time of 57.89 seconds. And Ridley is in sixth place with a time of 1 minute and 2 seconds. Section 2 of the girls 4x100 meter. Pencrest is in lane 1. Pottsgrove is in lane 2. Quakertown is in lane 3. Strathaven is in lane 4. Chester Charter Schooler is in lane 5. And Cristo Rey Philadelphia is in lane 6. The girls are getting set in their block, and we're waiting for Mr. Starter.
Zone 2 is ready. And waiting on zone 3. Still waiting on zone 3.
Unmute it. There seems to be a holdup at the starting line. Go.
And they're off. Most crucial part to this race is easily the handoffs and getting that perfect.
There's a big lead by Pottsgrove. I can't tell. I still can't. Quakertown is in the ahead with a large lead before Strathaven. And Quakertown finishes first.
Coming in now is Pencrest.
Quakertown finishes with a time of 50.37 seconds. Keep in mind that the girls' district qualifying time for the 4x1 is 51 and 14 seconds, so Quakertown has qualified for districts.
Congrats to them. Strathaven, 4x1 ran a 52.22. Pottsgrove, 54.
Okay, we're on to section 3 of the girls 4x1 with Bonner Prendy in lane 1, Harriton in lane 2, Methacton in lane 3, Chester in lane 4, Garnet Valley in lane 5, and Haverford Township in lane 6.
Zone 2 is ready to go. And zone 3 is ready to go.
Running the 4x1 for Haverford is Aaron O'Brien, Nora C., Sarah Van Dever, and Aaron Oslowski.
The girls are getting set in their blocks and waiting for Mr. Starter.
And they're off. Aaron O'Brien in lane 6, off to a great start.
Garnet Valley is leading with Chester passing them. Chester with a good handoff, maintaining the lead. Garnet is on Chester's heels.
Coming up to the last 100 here.
This is neck and neck.
Ridley going out in front.
Methacton is taking the lead. Chester following behind. Chester, oh my gosh. Methacton finishes first. We are starting section 1 of the boys 4x1 relay with Lower Moreland in lane 1, Ridley in lane 2, Quakertown in lane 3, Pencrest in lane 4, Harriton in lane 5, and Chichester in lane 6.
I have to say 4x1 is always the most fun event to watch. Always has the most energy.
A lot of girls are starting to go over there. I could mean the girls' jab is almost over. Girls' high jump is still going on. The girls' pole vault is over, but we do not have the results yet for the girls' pole vault.
For this 4x1 to be successful, there needs to be a strong start and good handoffs to maintain a solid race.
During handoffs, there's no looking at your teammates, no looking behind, keeping your hands straight out.
Don't want to get disqualified. Matt, you normally run the 4x1. What are some tactics you use when you go into this type of race?
Getting out strong is the most important part, and always getting your handoffs right, of course.
What is the key for you to work on when you're doing handoffs?
Uh, well, we put a lot of practice into it, and just having the chemistry with your teammate and being able to just put your hand straight out there and get it perfect every time. Just waiting for the first heat of the 4x1 here.
Zone 2, we're ready. Zone 3 is ready.
The boys are getting set in their blocks and waiting for Mr. Starter.
And they're off. Ayrton off in the lead to start off.
First section, boys 4x1.
Quakertown has the lead, with Harriton trailing behind.
Coming down to the last 100 now.
Quakertown is finishing strong with a significant lead.
Second, Harriton, and third, Ridley. And Harriton gets the win.
Quakertown finishes first with a time of 45.99.
Harriton comes in second with a time of 46.40.
Ridley comes in third with a time of 47.46.
Lower Moreland in fourth with a time of 49.79.
Pencrest is in fifth with a time of 50.91.
And Chichester in last with a time of 51.72.
Now this is section 2 of the boys 4x100. Cristo Rey Philadelphia is in lane 1. Chester Charter Scholar Academy is in lane 2. Strathaven is in lane 3. Marple Newtown is in lane 4. Upper Marion is lane 5. And Upper Darby is in lane 6. Keep in mind that the district qualifying time for the boys 4x1 is 44.14 seconds.
Zone 1 is ready. Zone 2.
Unmute it.
Got it ready to go.
The boys are getting set in their blocks and waiting for Mr. Starter.
And someone got up.
Seems to be a hold up at the line. They're getting set in their blocks again and waiting for Mr. Starter.
And they're off.
Upper Marion with the lead.
Zooming out there. They mess up the handoff. Might mess them up in the long run.
Still in the lead, but definitely has decreased the amount of time they've had above the other teams. In the final 100.
Now taking the lead is Strathaven.
Upper Marion fighting back. Close call at the end.
And now section 3 of the 4x1 for the boys.
Upper Marion finishes first with a time of 45.44.
Anyone who lost their AirPod, come to the announcer's area. If you lost an AirPod, come to the announcer's table. Okay, we're ready for the third section of the 4x1. For the boys, zone 1. Still not ready?
We're on to section 3 of the boys 4x1. Haverford is in lane 1.
Running for Haverford is starting off Alex Roth. Then going to Sean Kane. After that to Ryan Sweeney. And to finish it off is Sam Applebaum. Sam Applebaum in his first year's track as a senior and has already done great things.
For the past section 2 of the boys 4x1, Strathaven actually ended up finishing first with a time of 55.34, and Upper Marion is second with a time of 45.44. In section 3 of the boys 4x1, Haverford is in lane 1, Garnet Valley is in lane 2, Pottsgrove is in lane 3, Chester is in lane 4, Engineering and Science is in lane 5, and Roman Catholic is in lane 6. Boys are getting ready in their blocks and waiting for Mr. Starter. There seems to be another holdup at the line. In this race, Matt, what do you think is the most important thing to focus on to be the most successful?
First thing you want to think about is getting the best start you can, getting as strong as you can, staying low until the handoff. Then handoff's basically the biggest part by far. Getting it perfect, getting it inside the line so you don't get disqualified. It's everything.
And they're off.
Girls shot put, reporting now.
Haverford has been working hard to get these handoffs perfect. Let's see if that work paid off.
Engineering and Science School seems to be in first place with the large lead. Garnet Valley has taken the lead, with Pottsgrove trailing.
Haverford in third. Ryan Sweeney to Sam Applebaum for the last 100.
Garnet Valley finishing strong with Pottsgrove in second and Haverford finishing third.
That was Garnet Valley, I believe, with the W.
Garnet Valley with the win.
Garnet Valley had a time of 44.28 seconds. Pottsgrove had a time of 45.12 seconds. Haverford had a time of 45.95 seconds. And Engineering and Science finished with a time of 50.11 seconds. Now we're on to the girls' 400-meter dash. Women for Chichester. In lane 3, Sheila Jarby for Chichester, and in lane 4, Derry Larokina for Ridley. Next, we're at section 1 for the girls' 400-meter dash. In lane 2, Nevaeh Roman for Chichester. In lane 3, Sheila Jarby for Chichester. And in lane 4, Derry Larokina for Ridley. And they're off. Ridley with a strong start, taking a significant lead. Ridley is maintaining pace with Sheila Jarby and Nevaeh Roman trailing behind.
Daria's got to be very careful she doesn't run out of steam here.
She needs to keep up the pace that she has so that she can maintain this lead and finish first. We're approaching 45 seconds. She has about 150 left in the race. Ridley's still in first, approaching the finish line, still leading.
as Daria Lokina is going to win this first section of the girls 400 meter with a final time of 119.51. Sheila Jarby comes in at a 121.63, and her teammate Navia Roman at 125.09 here. And now we're going on to section 2. Where in lane 2 we have Anna Chimento of Harrison in lane 2, Ava Leah Lower Moreland in lane 3, Elizabeth Mellon of Villa Joseph Mary in lane 4, and Madison Jensemir of Redley in lane 5.
And they're off.
Here's the results of the girls 4x1. 6th, Bonner Prendergast. 5th, Harrington. 4th, Garnet Valley. 3rd, Quaker
Elizabeth
Gal.
Mellon
2nd,
for Villa Joseph Maria is taking the lead.
3987, Mafacton. Here's the boys 4x1. 6th, Haverford. 5th, Marple. 4th, Upper Merion. 3rd, Strathaven. The runner-up, Pottsgrove, and the winner, 44-28, Garnet Valley.
Villa Maria is maintaining the lead through the curve.
Here as Liz Mellon is doing a pretty good job here trying to maintain lead. As we're coming into the last 100 here.
Villa is finishing strong with about 20 meters left. Lower Moreland had finished second.
Here as Elizabeth Mellon gets a final time of 1 minute 7 seconds, .77. Ava Leah Lower Moreland to come in at second with 110.25. Anna Chimento of Harrington 117.31, and Madison Jensmer of Ridley 117.57 here to round out section 2. As now we go to section 3 of the 400, where we have Erin McLaren from Pottsgrove in lane 1, West Town's Kara Blunt in lane 2, Anijah Purnell from Archbishop Pendergrass in lane 3, Gianna Tyler of Marple Newtown in lane 4, Olivia Rosado of Upper Marion in lane 5, and Caroline DeLuca from the Academy of Notre Dame in lane 6.
I think the key to this race is to get out strong and maintain that pace and then finish strong. It's good to stride, like a fast stride in the middle just to kind of collect yourself, but then at the end really push to finish strong. Marple Newtown has the lead.
Here's we're about close to the 200-meter mark. As it looks to be an exchange there. As now it looks to be Anijah Purnell of Archbishop Pendergrass here taking over in the lead. Looking to try to keep it here for this next 150. This looks to be a fun finish here coming down to the last 100.
Upper Marion making a move, trying to take the lead.
It looks like Anijah's going to start to run out of gas here.
Looks like West Town School is in first, finishing strong. West Town finishes first.
As here we have Kara Blunt from West Town finishing first at 1 minute at 107.76. Erin McClurman of Pottsgrove coming in at second at 108.5. Olivia Rosado of Upper Marion coming in at third at 108.82. Anijah Purnell, after running out of gas there in the last 100, finished with 110.66. Gianna Tyler of Marple, 110.74. And Caroline DeLuca did not run in this one. Here, as we start to go to section 4 here, Dina Oduhori of Cristo Ray is in lane 1. while Kaylee Neihart of Pottsgrove's in lane 2, Isabella Della Vecchia of Villa Maria in lane 3, Danasha Ingram of Chester Charter in lane 4, Clara Massip of Harriton in lane 5, and Taylor Jones of Engineering and Science from Philadelphia in lane 6.
And they're off.
Pretty good start here by Jones. He's now here. We're in this first 200, about to come up. As it looks like Clara Massip is starting to get a little bit of a lead here. Coming into this last 150. This looks to maybe be a race between Jones and Massip.
Pottsgrove is on the come up, trying to take the lead. Nearing the final 100.
And here we go. It looks to be Neihart taking the lead here. She's trying to finish strong. Ingram on her tail. And Neihart's just going to be too fast for her to catch up.
Pottsgrove wins the race.
Here as Kaylee Neihart finishes with a time of 106.85. Second comes at Danasha Ingram at 109.19. Then Isabella Della Vecchia of Villa Maria at 112.13. Fourth, Dina Oduhari of Cristo Rey at 112.4. Next, Taylor Jones of Engineering and Science at 113.02. And Harrison's Clara Massip did not race in this one.
Now we have section 5 of the girls 400 meter dash.
Here we have Garnet Valley's Veronica Filippone in lane 1, Bella Coppola of Methacton in lane 2, Lena Patrick of Quakertown in lane 3, Courtney Arpa of Villa Maria in lane 4, Sage Baker of Strathaven in lane 5, Brianna Cooch Mutton of Marple Newtown wraps it up here in lane 6. We're getting to the last two sets here for the girls 400 meter dash.
Looks like Villa Maria is in first with a huge lead.
Here we go. It looks like all Arpa's got to do is just continue at the pace that she's going, and she might win this one comfortably. As we're in the last 150 here. Gotta watch out for Coppola though. Looks like she's trying to tighten it up.
We're approaching the last 100 of the race.
And here comes Coppola.
It's neck and neck between Methacton and Villa Maria.
As it looks like Bella Coppola is going to complete the comeback here in section 5 of the girls 400 meter dash. After a great start by Courtney Arpa. Coppola wins with a time of 104.58. Arpa comes in second at a time of 105.37. Filippone from Garnet at 106.98. Rounds out the top 3. Sage Baker of Strathaven with 107.39. Brianna Cooch-Mutton of Marple Newtown with a 107.96. And Lena Patrick of Quakertown with a 108.63 time. Here as we go to section 6. This looks to be a Springfield-dominated heat right here. And we have Shannon Scott of Springfield with her teammate Samantha Deet in lanes 1 and 2. Julia Schultz of Pencrest in lane 3. Armani Madden of Chester Charter in lane 4. Momiki Kennan of Central in lane 5. And Gabriella Rechulongo of Academy of Notre Dame in lane 6.
sixth, Morgan Hobson, Marple Newtown. In fifth, Josephine Trocchio, Pancrest. Fourth, Abby Thompson, Haverford. Third, Western Wayne, Skylar Long.
As here, this really looks like a race between Armani Madden and Momaki Kenna of Central.
113 feet, 2 inches, Marin Rossel.
Right now, as it looks like Kenna's really going to try to pull away here, but we got to watch out. As here comes the last 100. As it looks like Schultz is coming up here for Pencrest. It's going to be between Kenna and Schultz, and it looks like Schultz is pulling off. And Julia Schultz of Pencrest looks to have won Heat 6 of the girls' 400 meter with a final time of 102.17. Momaki Kenna of Central coming in at 103.22. Gabriella Rachulongo of Academy of Notre Dame at 106.73. Shannon Scott of Springfield at 108.45. Her teammate Samantha Deet did not race. And Armani Madden of Chester Charter also did not race. So those are your 4 runners there for the girls' 400-meter dash.
The District 1 girls qualifying times for the 400-meter dash is 60.24 seconds.
All boys 400 runners should be moving up in the infield. Move up so you get in your section. We're starting soon.
So right here, we're going to see this is probably going to be the last heat for anyone to have a shot of qualifying for districts here.
This is section 7 of the girls' 400-meter dash with Samantha Radazzi and from Quakertown in lane 1, Shannon O'Brien and Methacton in lane 2, Ryan Smith from Prendy in lane 3, Riona O'Neill and from Haverford in lane 4, Tessa Wiedemann from Haverford in lane 5, and Kendall Cottrell from Garnet Valley in lane 6.
As here we go. It really looks like Ryan Smith is really starting to build out a lead here.
Riona O'Neill is trying to catch up as she's in second place.
As it really looks like Smith is trying to separate herself from the rest of the group here in this last 100. But watch out for O'Neill.
We're approaching the final 100 of the race.
And Ryan Smith is just still pulling away with it.
Quakertown trying to take second.
As that'll do it for Heat 7 here. As Ryan Smith from Archbishop Pendergrass takes it at 102.84. Samantha Radazzi of Quakertown at 103.17. Riona O'Neill of Haverford at 103.39. Shannon O'Brien of Methacton at 104.28. Haverford Sports Media's own Tessa Wiedemann at 104.93. And Kendall Cottrell of Garnet Valley at 106.25. Round out Section 7 of the girls' 400-meter dash. As here we have Section 8. In Lane 1, Nora Chenna Strathaven. Lane 2 and 3, both from Chester, teammates Janisa Deary and Elena LaForest. In Lane 4, Milan Dukes of Central. Lane 5, Hannah Puckett of Pencrest. And Lane 6, Rihanna Massey of Engineering and Science from Philadelphia. As the runners are here to get set. Try to stay a little limber. And they're off. And so far, the story of this has been the inner two lanes are able to kick it up here. It might be the middle, it might be the lanes of like 4 and 5 to get a lead here to start off, but then after that, it really becomes those inner two lanes or so get that little edge on the last 100 and are able to pull it out. As right now, this seems to be a very tight heat. As right now, this looks to be anyone's race. And right now, it looks like Janisa Deary is going to come out here for Chester. It's going to be a race between her and her teammate, Alana LaForest. And it looks like LaForest is going to get herself a win here. And it looks like those two may be qualifying for districts. As Alana LaForest gets a sub 1 minute time of 58.98. Her teammate, Janisa Deary, also gets a sub minute time of 59.79. Hannah Puckett of Pencrest with a 1 minute .97 time. Milan Dukes of Central a 101.37. Rihanna Massey of Engineering and Science in Philadelphia with a 102.70. And Nora Chen did not race. Now we're going over the boys here, Section 1. Liam Kane of Upper Marion, followed with his teammate Daniel Capstani of Upper Marion in lanes 1 and 2. Springfield teammates John Murphy and Matt Britas in lanes 3 and 4. Usman Koita of Chester Charter in lane 5. And Jack Bonner of Devon Prep will be in lane 6. As right there, that was a magnificent end here to round out the girls' 400-meter test.
Yeah, it really shows that the final moments are the most important to win a race.
And they're off. As right now, it looks like to be Bonner and Koita out in front. But watch out. Because it's either Murphy or Britt is really trying to pull himself away from the pack here at the 200 mark. But Liam Kane's trying to shorten this up here for this last 100-meter sprint. Here comes Kane. Liam Kane down the home stretch. And here he is. He's going to separate himself from the likes of John Murphy. And Liam Kane is going to win himself the first heat here of the boys 400-meter dash. With a sub-minute time here of 59.97. John Murphy of Springfield here, finishing with a time of 101.46. Matt Britt, his teammate, finishes with a time of 104.86. Daniel Capstani, Upper Marion, with a 106.06 finish. Osama Koita, Chester Charter, finishes at 107.46. And Jack Bonner of Devon Preparatory School did not race.
The boys' qualifying time for the 400-meter dash is at 50.94 seconds.
As here we're in our second race here of the boys 400-meter dash. Christian Otenson of Devon Prep in lane 1. Timothy Kim of Lower Moreland in lane 2. Elijah Karn of Roman Catholic in lane 3. Dan McCreesh of Lower Moreland in lane 4. Keenan Kamen of Quakertown in lane 5 with his teammate Dominic Sparango in lane 6. As the runners get set. Remember, the last 150 meters of this race is really what it comes down to here. So look for the likes of Ottenson and Kim to really shorten it up there from that 200 to the 150 and that 50-meter stretch. And then after that, probably take it over in the last straightaway. Say rise. And we're off. As here we go. Right now, it looks like the likes of Elijah Karn and Dan McCreesh are going to start to try to separate themselves here before we have the likes of Ottenson and Kim try to climb back. This one looks a little bit tighter than the last one. As here we go into the home stretch. Right now it's Karn of Roman Catholic. Really just striding himself. Absolutely just dusting the rest of this pack. As Elijah Karn will win the second section of the boys' 400-meter dash easily with a time of 57.94. Dan McCreesh, over Moreland, finishes in second with a time of 59.27. Keenan Cameron and Quakertown right behind it with a score of 59.92. Christian Ottenson at Devon Prep, fourth in 1 minute .83. Timothy Kimmler, more than 1.87. And Dominic Sparango, Quakertown, 102.09. Here as we go into section 3, so we have Kelly Vol of Garnet Valley, or Vol Kelly of Garnet Valley here in lane 1. Elijah Celestin of Upper Darby in lane 2. Haverford's own Tiernan O'Neill in lane 3. Anik Vosschuster from Marple Newtown in lane 4. Caleb Winward of Ridley in lane 5. And Joseph Ritchie of Harriton in lane 6. As the runners start to get situated. And they get set. And the blocks. They rise. And they're off. As here we go. This first 100 has been owned by Ritchie. So get ready for the likes of Celestin and Vol and O'Neill to try to come up here and shorten the gap. It's getting tight here towards the end. We have the likes of Windward and Vosschuster and Marple starting to try to pull ahead. It's really going to come down to these last 100 and who wants it more.
Haverford's making a move, trying to catch the lead.
As here comes Tiernan O'Neill. It's going to be a race between O'Neill and Vosschuster. And Tiernan O'Neill is really running right now. He's kicking it. And Tiernan O'Neill, Haverford's own, looks to have won the third section of the boys' 400-meter dash with an official time of 54.97. Anik Vosschuster of Marple Newtown right behind him at 55.47. Elijah Celestin of Upper Darby at 56.67. Vol Kelly of Garnet at 57.94. Joseph Ritchie at Harriton at 57.54. And Caleb Winward of Ridley at 58.04 to round out Heat 3. Now, Section 4 of the boys' 400-meter dash. We have Vance Johnson of Central High School in lane 1. TJ Foltz of Garnet Valley in lane 2. Isaiah Gay Broughton of Chichester in lane 3. Aiden Paul Flumaranzi of Cristo Ray in lane 4, and Sadiq Oglesby of Chichester in lane 5, and Prince Zoe of Upper Darby in lane 6. As now I am joined by member of the Haverford lacrosse team showing up in the Ray-Bans after a big dub over Unionville, Brendan McNichol. How are we doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. I mean, how could you not be doing well on this fabulous sunny day and a win.
Absolutely. So, before this race, let's talk a little bit about it. Tell me a little bit about what happened here. From what I heard, it was a last-second goal here that secured you guys the win against Unionville.
Huge goal by Eric Reisowitz at the end of the game to secure the game. It was actually quite a bizarre game where we actually, middle of the game, we switched fields because the clock wasn't working on the first field that we were playing on. So it was a bit of a change of scenery at one point, and some huge big guys stepping up. Jack McGarvey with I think two or three goals. Huge game by him. Quinn Carson, obviously, always huge games for him. And Eric Reisowitz had a few, I don't even know. But, yeah, huge game winner for Eric at the end with a stop by Vet in the cage.
I was about to say, so there has been a little bit, as we kick off the fourth heater of the boys 400 meter, I know there's been a little bit of a goalie competition here in the beginning of the season. I know it was really between Sean Vetter and freshman Wade DeVitas. Who really got the start here tonight in the or this morning in the game?
So Wade got the start. He was doing well at the beginning, and then I believe it was in the third quarter, after the change of scenery at halftime, he began to struggle a little bit, which, freshman woes, you're going to struggle. As a goalie, you just got to rebound, and obviously he doesn't have that experience yet that Vet has. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Vet took over in the third quarter and finished out the game. It just Wade just began to compile at the end.
Gotcha. Right here, as we have a great race here to finish up, as Isaiah Gay Bruton of Chichester look to pull away here from the rest of the team, or from the rest of the group. As now we are about to get the official times here for Section 4. My apologies. Aiden Paul Fleming Ramsey of Cristo Ray was the one that pulled out here with the win. Isaiah Guy Brutton of Chichester finished with 55.86. Vance Johnson of Central, 56.60. Prince Zoo of Upper Darby, 56.63. TJ Fultz of Garnet Valley, 57.21. And Sadiq Oglesby did not race. Here as we go to Section 5. Look at these names. We have Emilio Hopper Irades of Strathaven in Lane 1. Haverford's own Colin Nemi in Lane 2. Joel Zacharias of Marple Newtown in Lane 3. Maurice Richardson of Monsignor Bonner in Lane 4. Kylie Harper of Chester in Lane 5. And Jaden Williams of Chester Charter in Lane 6. So, as you were saying, so Sean Vetter took over in the third quarter.
Thank you.
So, as you said, sorry, pardon the interruption there. So, as you said Sean Vetter took over in the third quarter, and then after that, it was basically he just stood on his head and helped you guys
Vet
out with
made
the
a
win.
huge play at the end. Actually coming out of the cage at one point, stuffing the kid. And leading to a turnover for where Chester actually cleared it after that. And, he had a huge game, huge way to come in cold. It's always tough coming in cold as a goalie, especially like when you're replacing somebody else. So I definitely give him props for that. And, we were down 2 for a while. We would score 1, they would come back with 1. They were staying on our stride. And, we ended up just pulling away and we tied it and then pulled away with it.
That's absolutely great here.
Yeah.
As right now it looks like Kylie Harper of Chester is really stretching it out here. But as we've seen before, the inner couple lanes in these 400, they start to pull away here as Colin Eamon's going to try to enter himself into the race. Here towards the stretch, it's either him, Zacharias, or Harper. And it looks like Harper's just going to keep it from start to finish. What a race by this one. As now, the official times, Kylie Harper at Chester wins this one by his time of 53.03. Joel Sakaris of Marple Newtown with a time of 53.28. Emilio Hooper Aradas of Strathaven, 53.61. Haverford's Colin Nemi in fourth with a 54.18. Jaden Williams of Chester Charter with a 58.82 time. And Maurice Richardson of Monsignor Bonner. Let me guess. Reese Richardson he got a time of 58.82, tied for fifth there with Jaden Williams. Actually, never mind. Jaden Williams did not race.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, that was a close one towards the end. I mean, Joel Zakaris only lost by 0.2 of a second there.
Yeah, very heated. As we're about to get set up here for Section 6 of AJ Glavich of Strathaven in Lane 1, Jack Kearney of Roman Catholic in Lane 2, Walton Garnett of Chester in Lane 3, Joseph Fufuni Ogumbenga of Ridley in Lane 4, Wesley Costelli of Central in Lane 5, and Aid Lloyd of Harrington in Lane 6.
Quite the names we have here.
Absolutely great names when you have the likes of Glavich and Ogumbenga. Yeah, there's some tongue twisters in these ones, but you know what? We're here.
We're powering through.
We're all here for it. Here for a beautiful day. It's really turned out to be a great one. It started out a little cold.
It was terrible in the morning.
Sun broke out a little bit, and now it's a beautiful day here at AG Cornock Field for the Haverford Invitational. As the runners get set, and they're off. Here we go. It's going to be interesting to see if the likes of Kearney and Galvich are able to start to close up this gap here, these last 200 meters. As right now, it really looks like Walton Garnett at Chester is going to try to exert himself to take this lead here, going towards the last 150. And here we go. It really looks like Garnett. It looks like Garnett's going to try to pull out here. It's either going to be Garnett or Olugbenga. And Garnett's just dusting the rest of the crowd. As remember, the time to qualify for the districts here is 50.94 for the boys' 400-meter dash. And Walton Garnett of Chester has officially qualified for the District 1 for a District 1 meet here at a time of 50.37. Justice Afumi Olabenga finishes second with 51.49. AJ Glavich of Strathaven 52.12. Wesley Castilia Central 52.35. Jack Kearney Roman Catholic 52.79. And Aid Lloyd of Harrington coming in last at 52.91. Here, as we look to set up some of these hurdles, as here comes the fun one, Brendan. We get the what do you call it? The privilege to call the boys and girls hurdles here. Girls is 100, and the boys is 110. We're gonna start with the girls here though, because the ladies always go first. Chivalry is not dead in the sport of track here on this fine Saturday afternoon. As in the first section of the girls' 110-meter hurdles, we have Sanaya Bellamy of Pottsgrove in lane 2, Malina Papanik Olau of Lower Moreland in lane 3, Lauren Vaughn of Pottsgrove in lane 4.
It's always interesting to see how these hurdles matches go. They're either, I feel like everybody either does very well or it just goes horribly wrong. So let's see what goes down here.
I don't know. We haven't seen anyone fall on their face yet, but we have seen some we've seen some trips of the hurdles. So, you know, very, very. I said, in my personal opinion, I believe this is the most athletic event that you could probably have here at a track and field meet.
I mean, yeah, you got to keep your same stride. I mean, and being able to hop over those hurdles, it's unbelievable. I'm always shaken by the athleticism of these people who do the hurdles.
Yeah, I believe peak athleticism is meant here for the hurdles. So we'll see here. As right now the girls in section 1 are just going to try to, get a little run through here. As a little storyline, that if you have just started to see us, Brendan, I know you may not know this, but the boys and girls 4x800 teams both were able to get themselves to the Penn relays.
I knew about the boys. The girls did also?
Yes, the girls did also. The girls were before the boys, and they were able to clinch it with a time of 9:23. Had to get below a 9:40.
Yeah, I mean, I know I saw the Instagram clip of Ethan Fingerhut really finish it out there, and truly exuded all of his energy to push his team to the Penn relays by falling at the end there. On the
Absolutely.
finish line, giving it all he had. Truly.
It was an absolute great effort by both teams as they both clinched. And for the girls, they told me, they said it was only their second time running as a 4x800 group, and for only their second time running together, I'll tell you what, it was incredible. The fact that they were able to get the time they were able to qualify for Penn Relays.
You got to be happy with the performance if that's only your second time and you just qualify for the Penn Relays. That's quite the accomplishment.
Absolutely. As we had interviews for Morgan Elliott and Gabe Zwilling of both teams here, as we're about to get kicked off here for the girls 100-meter hurdles. Again, Sanaya Bellamy for Pottsgrove in lane 2, Melina Papanikawalu of Lower Moreland in lane 3, and Lauren Vaughn of Pottsgrove in lane 4. This is sure to be a great one, Brendan.
Yeah, let's see what the girls can do here.
Right now, I don't know what's going on here,
Yeah,
Brendan, but we're
quite
having
the
a
delay.
little bit of
Imagine the nerves running through you right now.
very much. If you just heard the PA announcer, they have just informed us that we have 5 sections of these girls 100-meter hurdles, and I can't wait to commentate all 5 of them, my friend.
800-meter run, report to the tank. 800, report to the tank.
And we're off.
Let's see what the girls can do here.
Some clean exchanges so far, as it looks like Sanaya Bellamy is going to cruise through here and absolutely crush the competition.
Wow. Sanaya Bellamy didn't touch a hurdle once.
No.
Run right through.
Great job of clearing all the hurdles. She finishes with an official time of 18.73. Her teammate Lauren Vaughn finishes with 20.25. And Melina Papanukawalu of Lower Moreland finished with around 21.57. Here's now we're in the second section here. Megan Chang of Upper Marion in lane 2. Julia Casey of Pencrest in lane 3. Tamara Coleman of Lower Moreland in lane 4. And Tess McCullough of Harriton in lane 5. And we're off. Here we go. So right now, it looks like Casey's doing a very good job here. It looks like it's going to be between her and Chig. Coming down to the end. Casey and Chig, step for step.
Wow.
That was a great race right there. We're getting great races here to start off these girls' 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, Chegg and Casey really staying step for step there.
As they're going to give it to Julia Casey with a time of 19.59. Chang gets it with 19.72 for Upper Marion. Tamara Coleman of Lower Moreland with 21.12. And Tess McCullough of Harrington. We're waiting for her time still. Maybe she didn't race. I could not tell her time there, but now we're into section 3.
I think she was struggling at the beginning. I don't know if she finished.
Alessandra Sharon of Academy of Notre Dame in lane 1. Masila Madej of Marple Newtown in lane 2. Lauren Ruck of Academy of Notre Dame in lane 3. Lane 5 is Jacqueline Deisler of Ridley. Zion Lynn is in lane 6 for Marple Newtown. As just so everyone knows here for the girls, in the 100 hurdles, if you get a time of 6.34 or lower, you will qualify for the districts. As we're off. Right now, it looks to be between Madej and the teammates Sharon and Ruck. As right now, it looks like Lauren Ruck was able to catch up. As her teammate Sharon was able to knock down probably half the hurdles. As actually, they're going to give this to Masile Madej. They're going to say that she finished with a final of 18.77. Lauren Ruck finishes right behind her, 18.79. Zayn Lynn of Marple Newtown finishes at 19.05. And the other one finished at 19.07.
Yeah, it was quite the close ending there for those two.
We're in section 4 or 5 now. We have Harper O'Neill of Pencrest in lane 1. Nike Onanaga of Quakertown in lane 2. Giselle Miner of Central in lane 3. Cameron Steer of Methacton in lane 4, followed by her teammate Lucy Wang of Methacton in lane 5. And Emily Lynn of Strathaven in lane 6.
I mean, I know one thing. Nike means victory, so I think Nike Onaga from Quakertown might have this in the bag here.
Interesting. The name. We're going off the name right now. I like it. As we start off here, as right now it looks like Miner of Central is really owning it. Great stride. Nothing can stop her. She had about a second between her and the rest of the field. As right now, Giselle Miner gave herself a time of 16.97, barely missing the time for districts. Cameron Steer Methacton comes in at 17.35. Nike Onagu of Quakertown comes in at 17.69. Harper O'Neill of Pencrest at 17.94. Lucy Wang of Methacton at 17.97. And Emily Lynn of Strathaven at 19.15.
That's a tough one for Giselle Miner because I believe that all 6 of the girls actually struggled in the last hurdle and all hit it. So that's a bummer. She's got to finish up the race.
Right now we are in the last heat here. In lane 1, Misa Love of Archbishop Pendergrass. Haverford's Aubrey Lena Weaver. And lane 2. Lane 3, Tegan Seidner of Strathaven. Lane 4, Marina Kondo of Garnet, Ella Doer of Western Wayne, and Madeline Stanga of Garnet in lane 6. As the runners get set. And they're off. As here we go. As Sidner is really coming out here with a vengeance. Her and Lena Weaver right behind each other, neck and neck. It's going to come to this last hurdle. And from start to finish, Tegan Sidner of Strathaven had herself a race.
That might have been a qualification for District 1 for both of those girls, honestly, for first and second place. Yep.
As both girls absolutely crushed their times here. Tegan Sidner of Strathaven comes in at 15.42. Haverford's Aubrey Lena Weaver comes in at 15.65. Both these runners will be going to districts.
And Tegan Sidner is barely missing states right there with that time.
Mariana Kondo of Garnet finishes with 16.81. Misa Love of Archbishop Pendergrass, 17.52. Ella Doer of Western Wind at 17.56. And Madeline Sango at 17.68 for Garnet Valley. So now we're in the first heat. Now we go up 10 more meters here, Brendan. We get a little bit higher hurdle. And we go up. And we go 10 meters further. Here as we go to heat 1. We have in lane 1, Benjamin Gutowski of Harriton. Lane 2, Daniel McLaughlin of Strathaven. Lane 3, Zakir Jackson of Cristo Ray. Lane 4, David Wrightson of Lower Moreland. Lane 5, Walter Graff of Holy Ghost Prep. And in lane 6, Xander Nesbitt, Marple Newtown.
Okay, we just found one AirPod. So we have one AirPod if you've lost that, and we have a box or a packet of AirPods. If they're yours, please come up and get it.
And we're off in the boys 110, the first heat of the boys 110 meters here. Meter hurdles. Right now it looks to be a race between Jackson and McLaughlin. Because right now it looks like McLaughlin's got the more fluid motion, and it looks like he's going to win this one. For the boys 110 hurdles, to make it to District 1, you have to get a time of 15.54 or less. But right now, let's just talk about this first heat here. Daniel McLaughlin of Strathaven wins it at 19.83. Zakir Jackson of Cristo Ray comes in second at 20.15. Benjamin Gutowski of Harriton comes in at 20.56. David Wrightson came in at 21.56. And after that, the last two, I believe, did not run. Now here we have Heat 2, Round 1, boys 110-meter hurdles. In lane 1, Haverford's own Abato Dantanka. After that, in lane 2, Ethan Sadorowski of Marple Newtown. John Frayne of Holy Ghost Prep in lane 3. Wisman Katib of Upper Darby in lane 4. J.P. Lynham of Ridley in lane 5. And Jack Kalish of Garnet Valley in lane 6.
Do we know if Habato's wearing the cowboy hat for this?
I believe Abato said he could not bring the cowboy hat, the Haverford outdoor track team's signature cowboy hat, because of the wind early in the morning and his scooter coming to the meet. Abato could not bring the cowboy hat. He said, or else it would fall off his head.
Darn weather.
Sadly. Someone bring this man his cowboy hat. Also, in case you needed to know, if you are watching this and you know someone at the meet, someone has lost their AirPods. Someone could please bring that. Also, to go to the Snack Shack. A lot of great snacks. A lot of great food. Pretzels, hot dog. There was Chick-fil-A. Probably ran out. And,
But you never know.
the likes of Gatorade, water to keep us hydrated here. Haverford Sports Media wants you to go there and support the Fords. As we're off here in the second heat, as right now it looks like it's going to be a race between Abato and Katib. As Abato looks to be cleared through the hurdles gracefully, but it's going to be him or Kalish.
Close one towards the end of that.
And this one's going to have to come down to the timer. I couldn't see it myself. And right now, they're going to give it to Abato Dancanta of Haverford Township, wins the heat at 18.71. Jack Kalish of Garnet Valley at 18.73 in second. Ethan Sadorowski of Marple Newtown at 19.63. J.P. Lyman of Ridley at 19.9. John Frayne of Holy Ghost Prep. My fault. Wisman Katib of Upper Darby at 20.12. John Frayne of Holy Ghost Prep did not race. Here we go into section 3. There are 4 sections. Lane 1, we have Kamaldeen Adagigbit of Upper Darby, Tamir Loban of Upper Marion, Russell Wynn of Lower Moreland. In lane 3, Emerson Hall of Strathaven in lane 4, Donovan Washington of Ridley in lane 5, and Matthew Massaros of Garnet Valley in lane 6. And we're off. Right now we've had some trouble here with the hurdles. Loban had a chance of running him over. Right now this looks to be between Massaros and Wynn.
And now the final seeded section of the 110 hurdles. 2 runners from Pottsgrove.
The winner is Tamir Loban of Upper Marion at 17.27. Second, Matthew Massaros of Garnet Valley at 17.29. Another close race. Emerson Hall of Strathaven comes in at third at 17.74. Kamaldeen Adagbite of Upper Darby at 18.99. Russell Wynn of Lower Moreland. Donovan Washington of Ridley came in at 19.55, and Russell Wynn of Lower Moreland came in at 19.74. Is now we come into the final heat here for the boys. We're second to last. We'll keep you updated. Zach Howard of Chester Charter in lane 1. Teammates Trey Cook and Trayvon Foster. These guys can fly. Of Pottsgrove in lanes 2 and 3. Daniel Moonrow of Pencrest in lane 4. Christian Uquart of Devon Prep in lane 5. Demidar Zekov of Pencrest in lane 6. And we're off. As right now, it looks like Daniel Moonroe of Pencrest is really coming out fast. And he's absolutely destroying the rest of this heat. Monroe.
And that might have got him a state meet appearance.
Maybe, or district.
And it did get him a state meet appearance
Definitely
with a 15.03.
Definitely at least district, as Trayvon Foster barely missed the cut for district at 15.68 in second place. Christian Urquhart of Devon Prep at 17.25. Demeter Zekov of Pencrest at 17.45. Trey Cook of Pottsgrove at 17.61. And Zach Howard of Chester Charter at a false start.
We're now getting ready for the 800.
As here, we have 3 sections for, I believe, both teams here, or for both girls and boys. As we have the girls open 800 meter. Starting off here. There's going to be a lot of ones running in this one. Isaiah Stevenson of Cristo Ray in lane 1. Sadie Gorberg of Harrington in lane 2. Chioma Odor of Cristo Ray in lane 3. Adriana Stroman of Marple Newtown in lane 4. Mally Mojica of Westtown in lane 5. Catherine Henry of Springfield in lane 6. Isabella Curlin of Pottsgrove in lane 7. Mia Hurley of Springfield in lane 8. Olivia Burke of Villa Joseph in lane 9. Hope Schaefer of Ridley in lane 10. Joy Liu of Upper Marion in lane 11. Aliana Guy of Chester Charter in lane 12. Kira Bostic of Upper Marion in lane 13. Jackie McGowan of Academy of Notre Dame in lane 14. And Maya Madison of Chester Charter in lane 15. Again, remember, as a long-distance run, we had this in the morning. You really want to try to start off here on a slow pace and not try to burn out. As we've started here, it's really going to try to get into that first lane very fast. And then after that, just try to pace yourself to those last 100 or 2. Last 200 to 100 meters, and then just sprint it out to the end.
Yeah, at first it's definitely about jostling for position, I would say, like in the beginning, just to get like a just premier spot like towards the front or in the first lane, you know. Sorry, I was.
Because right now it looks like we have a decent. Looks like we still kind of have a pack, but it does look like we have a leader here. And it looks to be the likes of. And I believe it looks to be like the likes of someone from Cristo Ray, either Stevenson or Odor. And just so we know, Olivia Burke, Sadie Gorberg and Elena Guy all did not race in this, so it's been cut down to around 12. Here's right now as we get into this last lap here, they're saying that Catherine Henry of Springfield is first, then Isaiah Stevenson, then Chioma Odor, and then Adriana Stroman and Mia Hurley top out the top 5 here. As they are most likely going to be the front pack here. As we're coming down here to the last 100, and I'll tell you what, I believe it's Catherine Henry has absolutely separated herself from the rest of the pack. As Catherine Henry wins the first heat of the girls' 800-meter run by a official time of 2:40.36. Mia Hurley comes in second. Her teammate at 2:46.33. Adriana Stroman of Marple Newtown wraps up the top 3 at 2:47.33. Isabella Curlin of Pottsgrove gets fourth at 2:53 flat. Isaiah Stevenson of Cristo Rey rounds out the top 5 at 2:53.83. Mally Mojica of Westtown finishes at 2:54 flat. Chioma Odor of Cristo Rey finishes at 2:54.55. Hope Schaefer of Ridley finishes at 2:57.75. Kira Bostic for Upper Marion finishes at 2:58.81. And her teammate Joy Liu finishes at 10th and 2:58.88. Right behind her, Jackie McGowan and Maya Madison, I'm assuming, did not race, along with Sadie Goldberg, Olivia Burke, and Eliana Guy. As now we're going into the second section here, this girls 800 meter. We have Sabrie Travis, a central in lane 1, or the likes of Sabrie Travis, Kristen Rydell of Methacton, Anna Mazik of Lower Moreland, Ava Ezzy of Monsignor Bonner, Archbishop Pendergrass, Franny Schwartz of Harriton, Sophia Botto of Quakertown, Ava San City of Strathaven, Marissa Mounts of Marple Newtown, Francesca Milius, Haverford Zone, Bridget Jacobson of Archbishop Pendergrass, Mitchell Tonajea of Central, Rosie Incorvaya of Garnet Valley, Victoria Bada of Villa Maria, Dalia Alexander of Chester, Kayla Stokesbury of Western Wayne, Noelle Barone of Pottsgrove, Isabella Glunz of Villa Joseph, and Molly Schmidt of Ridley. We have a very tight pack here going into this first half of the race. I think it could still be anyone's. Haverford's Francesca Milius is in the middle.
Coming up at the 400, they give you a split. 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75.
Here as we go into the second half of this race. Here as we're coming to the last, the first 100 of this last lap. It looks like Sabria Travis of Central is starting to really distance herself from the rest of the pack. And after that, it is very compact. As we're coming into the final 150 here.
Looks like Sabria Travis is in the lead in this section, way ahead.
As here we come to the final 100. Sabria Travis, in a race of her own, is going to be gliding.
Under 230. 26, 27, 28, 229, 229 unofficial.
She'll be gliding herself to a win in this second heat of the girls 800 meter.
Here's the results of the girls' pole vault. In sixth, Aubrey Wells, Macfadden. Fifth,
Sabria Travis gets an official time of 2:30.44 and gets first place. Sophia Botto of Quakertown second with 2:30. Or my fault. Franny Schwartz of Harrison comes in second at 2:34.99. Sophia Botto of Quakertown 2:35.98. Michelle Tanaja of Central 2:36.35. Dalia Alexander of Chester 2:36.69. Kayla Stokesbury of Western Wayne 2:37.17. Right next to her is Marissa Mount of Marple Newtown 2:37.57.
Once again, we'll give you the split at the 400.
As for the rest of these racers, or as the rest of these runners, we are waiting. But again, top seven. At first, comfortably is Sabria Travis. Second, Franny Schwartz of Harrison, or Sabria Travis of Central. Franny Schwartz of Harrison. Sophia Botto, top three. Then after that, the top five are also DeLay Alexander of Chester, Michelle Tunaja of Central. In eighth is Rosie in Corvaya of Garnet Valley at 2:38.66. Ava Ezzi of Archbishop Pendergrass at 2:39.17. Victoria Bada of Villa Maria at 2:40.24. Ava Santizzi of Strathaven at 2:43.18. Kristen Riddell of Methacton at 2:44.88. Bridget Jacobson of Archbishop Prendergrass comes in at 2:45.98. Molly Schmidt of Ridley 2:49.94. Noelle Barone of Pottsgrove 2:57.48. Haverford's Francesca Milius finished 8th at 2:37.67.
We need to
We're waiting for the Noelle Barone of Pottsgrove finishes at 2:57.48. And now we are in Heat 3 of the girls 800 meter. Olivia Slack of Haverford is in lane 1. Therese Trainer of Academy Notre Dame is in lane 2. Teammates of Pencrest, Ruby Schwem and Kelsey Robinson are in 3 and 4. Hannah Prokop, Kenny Durand, Aislinn Michael Ageno of Quakertown, Caroline Bell of Villa Maria, Kate Thomas, Peyton Drumright, and Lancy Reincon of Engineering and Science, and Janisa Deary is in for Chester is in this heat.
Thomas, Macfadden, 2 girls from E&S, Drumright and Rincon, and Deary from Chester. two-person race early. We'll see what happens as the race goes on. We'll give you the split at the 800, at the 400.
As right now, Olivia C. Slack looks to be in front here, but it looks to be she looks to be in a tight pack here with one of the Pencrest runners, along with one of the others, possibly Therese Trainer.
We have a jacket that was left at the boys' discus. A jacket at the boys' discus. Look at this race out front. Look at these four flying.
Because right now, this really is. It's a four-person race here in the front of the pack. Haverford C. Slack is one of them. It looks to be both Pencrest runners of Robinson and Schwelm are in the front here, along with possibly Therese Trainer of Notre Dame. And right now, it's really going to come down to these last 150. As Trainer's trying to pull in front of C. Slack, coming into the last 100. And here comes the sprint. It's between C. Slack and Trainer. And it looks like Olivia C. Slack is going to win the third heat of the girls' 800 meter. And just so that everyone can know, to make District 1 here for the girls' 800 meter, you need to get a time of 2:21.74 or better. And Olivia C. Slack just got the District 1 time here for Haverford, finishing at 2:15.66. Therese Trainer of Academy Notre Dame at 2:16.04. Ruby Schwelm and Kelsey Robinson got 2:16.95 and 2:17.99. Kate Thomas of Methacton, 2:23.59. Peyton Drumright, 2:24.95. Hannah Procup of Strathaven, 2:25.64. Ailson Bagalagano of Quakertown, 2:28.76. As the top five include both Pencrest runners, teammates Ruby Schwelm and Kelsey Robinson, but the winner of this one is Olivia C. Slack from Haverford, finishing at a time of 2:15.66 and absolutely qualifying herself for districts. As Kennedy Durand of Lower Moreland finishes with 2:29.16, really kind of wrapped up the top 10 here, and we're in the first heat of the boys' 800 meter. Alex Chapman, Max Gilbert, Joseph Farnan, Christian Chambers, Ethan Hughes, Cameron Ford, Dylan Sandler, Eric Doherty, Joshua Wagner, Max DeMarco, Cole Grappin, Nathan Smith, Ahir Keys, Liam Woods, Andrew Holden, Jarrah Harmon, Zach Spieth, Reese Jefferson, and Xavier Walker. As right now here we look to be in a decent race right now, as it looks to be Joseph Farnan from Westtown and another runner here looks to maybe be the likes of Dylan Sandler of Lower Moreland. Really to be it's a two-man race right now, both at the front of the pack. Now for the boys 800 meter, you have to get under you got to get 159.64 under to get yourself to the districts. And right now, look at Dylan Sandler go. He is just putting on the gas in these last 100. As it looks like he's going to win this one comfortably. My apologies. Right now, they're saying that it is Liam Woods of Devon Prep finishing at. Oh, my fault. No. Here, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for some of these times to come in.
Ready for the second section of the boys 800.
Right now here, it looked like Dylan Sandler a little more than really had a good time. There was no one there to have a chance to qualify for districts though. Right now, here are the top 5. We have Dylan Sandler, Low Moreland, Joseph Farnan of Westtown, Cole Grappin of Springfield, Max Gilbert of Upper Darby. I hear Keys of Chichester round out the top 5. Liam Woods, Joshua Wagner, and Cameron Ford come in 6th, 7th, and 8th. Alex Chapman of Western Wayne comes in at 9th. Nathan Smith of Marple rounds out the top 10. Next would be Andrew Holden, Eric Doherty, Zach Spieth, Reese Jefferson of Chester, Xavier Walker, Jarrah Harmon, and we're off in the boys' second. The second heat of this boys 800. Right now it looks to be we have some teammates here of Colin Ruther and Dan Wunschel of Strathaven, along with Elmore Johnson III of Roman Catholic, Christopher Mayo of Pencrest, David Pfeiffer of Quakertown, Jaden Bantam of Chester, Salamine Labrie of Central, Zachary Reed of Overmarion, Karen Warren of Cristo Ray, and Matthew Stranix of Ridley. To really round out these top 10 here, as this seems to be a very spread out but very weird pack that we have going on right now. But there is a significant leader, and it looks to be the likes of either Colin Ruther or Dan Wunschel. As these two look to try to set the pace here, going into the last 400. Here as we come towards the last 150, it really looks to be a one-man race. Man in a league of his own, Colin Ruther, coming down to the last 100, followed by his teammate Dan Wunschel. As we may be close to someone qualifying here for districts. As we're looking to get some of these times in here. As Dan Ruther of Strathaven and his teammate Dan Oneshall absolutely smoked the rest of the heat with a time of 205.73 and 207.40. After that, David Pfeiffer was kind of close at 207.68. And that really rounds out the top three. Salamaine Labrie and Zachary Reed make it out the top five. Jack Becker of Lower Moreland, Elmore Johnson III of Roman Catholic, Andrew Ebersole of Upper Marion, Jason Rivas of Roman Catholic, and Christopher Mayo of Pencrest. Wrap out your top 10 here. But as we're getting ready here for the third section of the boys 800 meter, I am joined by the future of Haverford boys lacrosse goaltender Wade DeVitas. Wade, how are we doing today?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing absolutely splendid today, Wade. So from what I heard today, it was a good win and it was a good outing.
Yeah, absolutely great win. Love to see it.
Absolutely. So before we get here, I'll give you 1 second here. For the third section here, we have the likes of James Corbett of Holy Ghost Prep, Caden Solari of Pencrest, Rudovik Unamanala of Garnet Valley, Aaron Drumright, and Andrew Drumright, brothers here from Engineering and Science, Colin Walls of Ridley, two Fords and Gabriel Zwilling and Logan Eagles, and Ryling Malinger from Garnet, and Papa Kojo Dankwa of Holy Ghost Prep to wrap out these top 10 here. All looking to try to get maybe that time for the 800 for the boys at 159.64 to have a chance to qualify for districts. Now, Wade, as a freshman, is there any like added problems or is there any added pressure to be a varsity goaltender?
I mean, I've never known what it's like to be a varsity goaltender in other grades, obviously, because it's only my first year. But I feel like I kind of just treat it like any other game and just go in and play the way I play.
It's absolutely great. So how close do you feel like the team is right now in the early part of this season?
What do you mean, like how close? Like how well we're playing together?
Yeah, or besides that, just like the camaraderie around the team.
Yeah, I think we're a pretty tight group, and you could tell today that we just had a lot of great team chemistry, and everyone was sharing the ball well. Obviously, we were missing one of our starting attackmen, Kern Kranick, but I think it was just like a next man up thing with Jack McGarvey. He played great. Yeah, so I think we're all kind of playing well as a team right now, and overall we're just playing a great game of lacrosse.
That's awesome. Right here is we got a pack coming down. It could be anyone's race. Gabe Zwilling for Haverford in the mix. And Gabe Zwilling starts to push out here. He might get himself a medal. As we're waiting for the times to come in here. Aaron Drumright at Engineering and Science finished with 159.05. James Corbett at Holy Ghost Prep, 159.25. And then after that, we may look. Gabriel Zwilling, I believe, of Haverford started to make a push there. But while we wait for that, Wade. So you said everyone stepped up today. How do you feel going into your next couple games here? Of course, you're in a very tough league here, the Central League.
Yeah, I feel good. I think we'll end up with a positive record. I forget if it's Monday or Tuesday, we play Pencrest. We're looking to come out of that game with a win and hopefully have some good momentum going into our Conestoga game.
That sounds awesome, and I hope all that happens. So Gabriel Zwilling of Haverford did get the third on at a time of 159.9, just barely missing a chance to qualify for districts here. And then Vic Amadwala of Garnet Valley came in at 2 minutes point 5, and Aaron's brother Andrew Drummer at Engineering and Science finished to wrap up the top 5 here at 2 minutes point 22. But anyway, Wade, so we have a lot of years left here of you to be in net here for the for the Fords, and then besides that, just looking for a positive rest of the year.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're looking to hopefully make a good run in districts because we have the talent is there. It all depends on just how we go from here on out. If we build off this win, we should be, which I think we will, we should be in for a very nice year and win and have a positive record and get us in the districts.
That sounds awesome, and I want to thank you and congratulate you on the win today, and thank you for your time today, of course, on this Saturday, Wade.
It was my pleasure, and hopefully many more wins to come.
Absolutely, that's what we like to hear. And now, as we ended here the 800 meters, we're about to start here with the girls 200 meter dash. In this heat, we have Maddie Nower of Pencrest, LaShawn Gibbs of Chester Charter, teammates Ashley Avington and Tamara Coman of Lower Moreland at the third and fourth lanes, Stephanie Mallon of Villa Joseph in lane 5, and Myona Henderson of Chichester in lane 6. So for these 200s here, it's a very interesting race to be a part of because all you have to do really is try to make it so you do not gas yourself in those first 100 because it's not a 100-meter sprint, but at the same time you do want to go fast.
Yeah, it's a very fine line between like conserving energy and pushing yourself, and you definitely have to find that when you're doing the 200.
Absolutely. As we're waiting here for these runners to get set, As we are about to get underway for this first section. We have Maddie Nower, Pencrest. LaShawn Gibbs of Chester Charter. Ashley Avington of Lower Moreland. Tamara Coleman of Lower Moreland. Stephanie Mullen of Villa Joseph. And Myona Henderson of Chichester. For the girls' 200-meter dash, you got to get yourself a time of 26.44 or lower, and you will get yourself into District 1. You will qualify for the District 1 meets. And we're off here for the first heat. As it looks like we're going to have about a 2-person race here coming down to this last 100. As right now, it looks like Ashley Avington and Tamara Coleman are just racing against each other at this point. It looks like Avington's going to win swimmingly. As Stephanie Mallon and Maddie Nower drag behind. As here, it's official. Ashley Avington came in with a time of 30.64. Teammate Tamara Coleman came in at 33.38. Stephanie Mallon of Villa Joseph, 38.22. And Maddie Nower came in at 39.51. LaShawn Gibbs of Chester Charter and Myona Henderson of Chichester. LaShawn Gibbs did not race. Myona Henderson did not race either. We're about to get in here to the second. We're about to come in here to this second half of it. Second section. Anissa Burrows of Westtown in lane 1. Araya Mapp of Pottsgrove in lane 2. Gabrielle Canate of Upper Marion in lane 3. Manaria Solemn of Ridley in lane 4. Alina Mapp of Pottsgrove in lane 5. And Olivia Sorts of Paulos of Pencrest in lane 6.
Come on, Brandon. All right. You're terrible. As we wait for this race to begin, obviously we can cover again District 1 to make the District 1 meet. You got to have a 26.44 for the girls to the 400. At the gate here, it looks like we have Munaria Salem for Ridley seems to be the leader here by about 5 yards out the last turn, but it looks like Anissa Burrows from Westtown will compete with her, and Salem just ahead by about 2 or 3 yards here as we come to the finish, and it looks like Salem will get the win here, just ahead of Anissa Burrows. And Salem comes in with a 30-24. Anissa Burrows with a 30.57. Araya Mapp with a 31.21. Alina Mapp with a 31.41. Sisters, 3rd and 4th place. Gabriella Kanatid with a 31.72. And Olivia Surdowski coming in at 6th.
These names have been aplenty here at this Haverford Invitational, my friend. Here's we're gonna get this third section here. We have Annabella Galasso of Villa Joseph, Sandy Hamlin of Cristo Rey, Chloe Knox of Academy of Notre Dame, Blondie Sajos of Westtown, Haverford's Nora Campbell, and Rachel Metziger of Villa Marie, as we are off here in this last 100. And it looks like Campbell's going to try to get herself up here. It looks to be between Campbell and Knox. Knox is trying to pull away. And I think she'll do just that.
Great job by Knox coming out of that turn and truly shooting past everybody else.
Had a little bit of a slowdown, but you know what? She went through it, and she did a good job there. As Chloe Knox, Academy of Notre Dame, takes this one 29 with a time of 28.98. Nora Campbell of Haverford, 29.61. Blondie Sajos of Westtown wrapped it up with a 30.61. And the girls 200 meter heat 4. Autumn Hawthorne of Upper Marion in lane 1. Donnie Kufi of Archbishop Prendergast. Lila Babin of Strathaven. Mia Ryder of Springfield. Maddie Kopla of Methacton in lane 5. And Natalie Smith of Strathaven here in lane 6. Remember, the later the sections and heats, the faster the people. So we may see some people get really close here to becoming able to compete in the District 1 meets. And we're off. As right now, it looks to be Ryder in first here. And she's looking to try to pull away with it. And she looks to be doing that. And she's going to go. And she's going to win it by a second, at least.
And it looks like she came in about 27, maybe even 26. Could have qualified for District 1, but let's see the times to come in.
Official time for Ryder is 28.77. Autumn Hawthorne second, around a second behind her at 29.29. Lola Babbitt of Strathaven, 29.30, right behind to round out the top 3 for this section. Donnie Kufi of Archbishop Prendergast. Not got a time yet. Looks like she got around 29.59, and that was all we had. Oh, now for the fifth section here, we have Miriam Coita of Chester Charter in lane 1, Liv Barton of Academy of Notre Dame lane 2, Taletta Johnson Engineering and Science lane 3, Jacqueline Deisler Ridley lane 4, Jalen Tyler Marple Newtown lane 5, and Sydney Hune of Marple Newtown lane 6. Got teammates in lanes 5 and 6 here for Marple. Here we go, and we're off in section 5. It looks like Sydney Hune right here is going to try to get up, but it's not going to work. As it looks like Liv Barton of Notre Dame is going to try to pull away with this. Johnson on her tail. And Barton's just going to get through swimmingly.
Barton also close time to the District 1 qualifier there.
Liv Barton comes in at a 28 flat. Talala Johnson, Engineering and Science at 28.92. Jalen Tyler at 29.21. Miriam Coita at 29.65. Sydney Hune at 30.29 for Marple. Jacqueline Deisler did not race. Here, we're in the 6th section here. Serenity Minor for Christo Ray. Maggie Worcester for Harriton in lane 2. Shayla Charles for Central in lane 3. Claire Corosio for Villa Maria in lane 4. Annie Durant in lane 5 here for Harriton. And Nyla Coleman, Engineering and Science, lane 6. And we're off. As here we go into the home stretch. We're going to see a kick here. We only have 4 runners. But right now, it looks like Shayla Charles is really going to try to pull out in front here. It's a close one. Charles is going to win. Maggie Worcester did not race for Harrison. Shayla Charles comes in at a time of 28.51. Claire Coracio for Villa Maria comes in at 28.97. Serenity Minor, Cristo Ray, 29.18. Annie Durant, 29.82. Nyla Coleman and Maggie Worcester did not race. Here, as we're in Heat 7, Giselle Minor is central. These girls should fly. Giselle Minor is central. Laura Wirt of Garnet. Maya Brown of Chichester. And Morgan Nickerson of Archbishop Pendergrass. This should be a fun one, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these girls have come close to qualifying for District 1 so far, but none of them have actually gotten there. So it's going to be interesting to see what this 7th heat will bring us, the 7th and I assume final heat, because of the amount of girls here.
And we're off. Is it really going to come down to these? Right now, it only looks like 3. Right now, we got Minor pushing. I think it's going to come down to Minor or Nickerson. And Minor's just trying to leave him in the dust, but Nickerson's trying to come back. And official time says Giselle Minor has won. The score of 27.91. Morgan Nickerson comes in at a 28.42. Amaya Brown came in at a 30.3 for Chichester. Laura Wirt for Garnet did not race. And we got another heat here, Brendan.
Oh,
we got a lot of girls running the 200 today.
Hopefully somebody can make it. I mean, we got to accomplish something. Hopefully somebody can make it to District 1.
We'll see here. Tyar Lawler for Chester, lane 1. Summer Mello from Athacton, lane 2. Elijah Mosley for Chester, lane 3. Teammates McKenna Calabria and Callan Abel for Quakertown in lanes 4 and 5. And Beth Scher for Springfield, lane 6. As remember, a 200 meter, if you do not know, a whole lap around the track is 400 meters. That means a 200 meter is half of the track. You are sprinting half the length of the track. And we're off.
Final section, I believe, in the 800, in the 200, excuse me. And there's 6 pretty strong girls in here. 2 Chester girls, 2 Quakertown girls.
This one's going to be a close one.
Looks like Beth Sharir is in first right now, hoping to pull us out.
I think Beth's going to take this one, Brendan.
And it looks like I think she's going to qualify for District 1. We finally have a qualifier.
I think Beth Scherher absolutely just dusted the rest of the field. And she may have gotten close to that District 1 time. As Beth Scherher from Springfield gets a time of 25.8. Alisa Mosley at Chester gets a time of 26.5. McKenna Calabria for Quakertown and her teammate, Canna Abel, get times of 26.67 and 26.74. Summer Mello Athacton, 26.76. And the other Chester runner had a 28.38 time. Now, the time for District 1 is what for girls? 46.25?
26.44 for
26.44.
100 meters. So that means our first place runner.
Do we have 2? Did we have 2?
We only had 1.
We only had 1.
Our second place barely missed it there.
Barely missed it. What a bum. What a bummer. What a bummer. What a bummer. Here as we're starting the boys' first section of the 200 meter. Hey, my man Tom Farnoff from Pencrest, Zach Howard for Chester Charter, Jack Cunningham for Springfield, Daniel Dada for Pencrest, and Jack Ranieri for Devon Prep.
Could not believe that he would ever show up at Haverford High again, but
as here we go. As it looks like Zach Howard for Chester Charter absolutely destroys the rest of the field.
Daniel Dada struggling at the end there.
Daniel Dada looks very hard to move. Looks like maybe he had a struggling hamstring. As Zach Howard for Chester Charter comes in at 24.63. Jack Cunningham for Springfield, 27.12. Tom Fenora of Pencrest, 28.24. Daniel Dada gets a 28.18, getting himself third here. Jack Ranieri for Devon Prep did not race. Daniel Dada looked very, very hard there. I can't believe he beat his teammate out. So we're in the second one here. Cade Schneider of Harrington, lane 1. Sam DiStefano of Westtown, lane 2. Paul Jackson of Ridley, lane 3. Jaden Williams of Chester Charter, lane 4. Teammates Timothy Kim, or brothers, my fault. We got Timothy Kim and Jisoo Kim, Lower Moreland, lanes 5 and 6.
Let's see if the brother duo here can shoot out that corner and hopefully make some damage here for their Upper Moreland.
Lanes
or Lower
5 and
Moreland.
6. It should be an interesting one. By the way, for the boys 8 or 200, you need to get a time of 22.84 to qualify for the District 1. As we're waiting here, get the second section underway. And here we go. Late gun there. As the Kim brothers got dusted coming around the corner. Is there a false start? The Kim brothers think there's a false start.
I believe there was a false start.
Oh, no. Now the PA announcer's finally telling us to come back, even though all runners thought that that something had happened. All 6 runners.
I think that a few, maybe one runner jumped and the rest of the runners maybe went because obviously it's competition. They're not going to just stand there and sit idly by. So I wonder what's going to happen here.
No, it was interesting, though. Both Kim brothers got dusted and then stopped running and complained about a false start.
I mean, hey, let's see if they can avenge their loss there in this next race.
As we're waiting here to see, I guess that whole second, I believe all the runners now just got disqualified here as we're trying to get to the third section. Interesting there. And the whole section gets disqualified. Babakar Colaby for Chichester in lane 1. Joseph O'Donovan for Ridley in lane 2. Haverford's own Tiernan O'Neill in lane 3. Zakir Jackson for Christo Ray in lane 4. Tim Steyer for Strathaven in lane 5. And Jake Murphy for Devon Prep in lane 6.
It's interesting how that happens. Just maybe even one guy's mistake, and everybody else wanted to be a competitor, leading to other people's disqualifications.
Absolutely interesting here. As we're coming into the final here, so photographer for EA Sports is going to try to get himself a good thing. As here comes Tiernan O'Neill. It looks like Joseph O'Donovan and Tim Steyer are going to try to race this one out. I don't know who to give that one to.
But, man, the angle that guy got on that sideline.
Absolutely impeccable.
Unbelievable. The camera work of that man, unbelievable.
Shout out EA Sports. As Tim Steyer for Strathaven takes the win narrowly over Joseph O'Donovan from Ridley. Steyer time 25:31 is Joseph O'Donovan 25:46. Tiernan O'Neill, Haverford zone 25:69. Very close game, very close race here. Rounded out the top 3. Now for section 4. Lane 1 for Springfield, Joseph Nowicki. Lane 2, Abraham Don for Monsignor Bonner. Maurice Jean Bryan for Holy Ghost Prep. James Fisher for Strathaven. Naj Blue Campbell in at 5. And Cavante Carter for Harrington in lane 6. I kind of like how his nickname's Blue. I like that one. And we're off.
Blue's a good nickname, man. Blue Camel's a great name.
As we're about to come into this turn. And right now, it looks like Cavante Carter's really going down the line. I think it's going to be between him and Nowicki. As here comes Carter. That's a close one.
Could have been Joseph Nowicki there. I don't know. They were definitely fighting towards the end of that.
As of now, they're going to give it to Joseph Nowicki at 24.85, and Cavante Carter of Harrington it comes in at second at 24.95. Both of those times are not good enough for states or for districts. Abraham Don for Monsignor Bonner 25.14 wraps up your top 3. Naj, also known as Blue Campbell, came in at 4th for Upper Darby at 25.74. Maurice Jean Bryan for Holy Ghost. And James Fisher are the only times we're waiting for here.
And I don't believe Maurice Jean Blue or Bryan actually competed. Yeah, he did not.
Maurice Jean Bryan didn't. James Fisher did, and he passed my boy Blue for barely a time of 25.31. As now we are going to go back into the 3,200. And
This seems to be the faster group of
hold up. What is going on here? We are having a problem.
I think they're gonna let Heat 2 go again. I think
Heat 2's coming back again. Let's go. We got the Kim brothers back in lanes 5 and 6. Jaden Williams for Chester Charter in lane 4. Paul Jackson for Ridley in lane 3. Sam DiStefano for Westtown in lane 2. And Cade Schneider for Harrington in lane 1. Can't wait to see this race.
Can we know how do we log onto that?
And we're off. As the Kim brothers look to get left in the dust again. And it looks like the runner from Chester Charter is going to leave everyone in the dust. And have a swimmingly win here in the second heat of the boys 200. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We are starting here in Heat 7. And we have a tough race coming in here. And it looks like we're going to have the likes of Amir Sloan trying to come in here to take the lead, but it may just be Kylie Harper for Chester. As that was Heat 7. Again, I apologize. We had some technical difficulties here. Kylie Harper comes in. And Kylie Harper had an official time of 23.78. Will Dickinson a time of 24.15. Amir Sloan for Christo a time of 24.37. Nathaniel Roberts Clapper, what a name, 26.14 for Upper Marion. The others did not race. Because right now I am joined by
JV Jesus?
JV, known as JV Jesus, and also he's a runner for the Ford's track team here, participated in the 4x1 today. Ryan Sweeney.
Hey.
Sweeney, how are we doing today?
Oh, we're doing real good today, I'd say.
Everyone's chilling, the vibes are high?
Yeah, it's just a really good day, I'd say. Lots of love.
Lots of love. Very, very positive Ryan Sweeney here today. Ryan, what other events do you participate in besides the 4x1?
Well, in other days I'll run in the 100, the 200, maybe the 400. Today, later, I still have the 4x4, so, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you feel going into a relay? How close do you feel like you are with your groups?
Yeah, I feel we're all really good guys, and we work hard, and we all have the same type of, I don't know, thinking going into it. We all just want to win, and we just all do our best. So we have a really good chemistry, I'd say.
That's awesome right here, as we probably have Julian Ward for Roman Catholic in Section 8 for the boys 200 meter. Absolutely. That was a great run right now. Julian Ward for Roman Catholic got a score of 23.15. Right behind him was Jake Westberg at Garnet Valley at 23.43. Demetrius Carter of Pottsgrove rounds up the top three with 23.49. James Ugorgi of Monsignor Bonner barely missed the cut. That was the last heat of the boys. And now we are looking to get into the girls' 3,200. This is the faster heat now. We had the first one in the beginning. And right now we have the likes of Hannah Shea and Lilia and Lilani Hensitsky for Ridley, Lila Broad for Harriton, Kaylee Davis for Marple, Hannah Harding and Bella Pertka for Pencrest, Kyla Chan and Catherine Corin from Methacton, Lauren Taggart, our very own Lauren Taggart for Haverford High School. Actually, I believe these guys ran they ran this morning. I do not believe they're about to run again. We'll keep you updated. Anyway, back here with Ryan Sweeney. So, Ryan Sweeney, what event would you say is your favorite among the most of them?
Man, I'd probably say the 4x4. That has the most energy as it's the last race. Just watching everyone cheer you on, all ready to leave. It's probably the best thing out there.
You know what? All those people cheering for you, Sweeney, you sound like you're a guy who likes the roar of a crowd. I could totally see that.
Yup, I love it. Favorite thing.
Favorite thing? Love putting on a show?
Yup. And, when I'm not running, I'm always out in there in the crowd cheering for all my teammates.
Absolutely. High energy guy?
Yup, always.
So, Sweeney, just a little fun question here. What's your favorite, because I know these meets run long, what's your favorite drink or snack during a meet?
Well, I guess, I'd definitely say right before the meet, I always get me a nice oatmeal from Wawa.
You get yourself some oatmeal from Wawa.
A large oatmeal. That's the best thing.
I have never heard a single person in my life ever say they've gotten oatmeal from Wawa. So you know what? I'm glad you're the first, Ryan Sweeney.
No, it's good. I'm telling you.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? I want to thank you for your time.
Yep.
Congrats on participating in the 4x1, and good luck. We'll be sure to be cheering on for you, too, here in the booth for the 4x4.
Thank you.
All right. So we are off here in the girls 3200.
I didn't even know Wawa had oatmeal.
You know what? I didn't either. You know, you learn something new every day, and today we learned from Ryan Sweeney that he loves oatmeal on his meat days from Wawa. A large oatmeal. Get that man a large oatmeal.
Gotta
He
get the
is
carbs
set
in.
for life.
Simple carbs, maybe.
Hey, man, simple carbs. Protein, you know, keeps you full longer. A great day. Now, right now, I believe they have the wrong heat for us here on the information, as they're trying to say that Maddie Kent is running, but I just saw her walking on the stands. So we'll keep you updated as to who's actually running in this meet. And right now, here we are. One of the storylines we had earlier was that Cameron McGeehan for Haverford and this girl's 3200 is going to try to get herself a district berth here. And besides that, her very own Kelly Murray is going to try to probably help her out here. We have two Fords in this one. We'll keep you posted if they just went through the first quarter of the race. Because right now, Haverford, as we get towards the halfway point of this race, Haverford's Cam McGeehan is right now second As she has a 4:15 she has a 4:15 split here in her first 3 laps. Following very closely behind Rebecca Hickey at Quakertown, who has a 4:10. So it's going to be interesting to see what we do here in this second half, as these two have really distanced themselves from the rest of the group. It's just going to be a showdown between Cam McGee of Haverford and Rebecca Hickey of Quakertown. As right now, it looks like Cam McGee is going to try to pass Hickey. And she has. Now it's all about jockeying for position here in the second half of this race, and looking to see what she can do.
And for the girls, 3,200. The qualifying time for District 1 would be 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And with the pace that these girls are at so far, I mean, both Rebecca Hickey and Cameron McGeehan could make District 1.
Here's we're heading into the last 100 of this fifth lap here, and Cameron McGeehan is starting to really distance herself a little bit from Hickey, as Hickey's starting to lose a little bit of gas.
Yeah, she's leading her by about 20 yards, I would say.
We're talking in meters here, Brendan. We're not looking at this football field. All right, we're looking at this track. She's got herself made, I would say, around like 20 meters. Sure, yeah, you could say that. Definitely looking to try to distance herself a little bit more, though.
In sixth, Walter Jones III, Chichester. Fifth, Kylie Harper, Chester. Fourth, James Ogorzi, Bonner Prendy. Third, Pottsgrove, Demetrius Carter. Your runner-up, Garnet Valley, Jack Westberg. And your winner from Roman Catholic, Julian Ward.
Here we go. As Cameron McGeehan is starting to get around, I would say like a 50 to 75 meter pace away from the rest.
Third and fourth are closing in on Hickey. And Stack is in fifth for Strathaven. But right now it's Cameron McGeehan with about 2.25 laps to go.
So we're about to go into this last quarter of the race here. Her teammates and coach is trying to cheer her on. She's closing in on trying to get a District 1 berth. As we're having we're having some coaching or PA announcer screaming at Real Crawford of Strathaven to tell her to get out of there. It was an interesting.
From what I can tell, he's a man of principle. That's all I know.
Here's right now, it looks like McGeehan's about to start to get about 150 meter lead over the rest of the pack. At this point, it's just her and herself trying to fight to get that district time of 1:30.24 or 11:30.24. Pardon me.
10 seconds behind the leaders is the second pack. Looks like Crawford is making a move.
Here's we have Roe Crawford trying to maybe try to catch up to McGeehan. I don't think McGeehan's going to have any of that, as she's just going to continue to try to beat her own time. And again, trying to get under that 11:30.24 mark.
It's going to be close up front and behind. McGeehan's coming through at approximately 10.
McGeehan has about a minute and a half to try to get in and make her district goal. As right now, it's just her and herself. It's a battle. She might start picking it up here after this first curve. As McGeehan started to lose a little bit, it's time to dig deep and get a chance at that district goal. You only live once, Brendan.
You only live once. The hardest person to push is yourself.
Hardest person to compete and beat is yourself. As she's having some of her teammates run and cheer her on and tell her, run, Cameron, run. Here she is in the last 200. It's time to go. She has around 30 seconds left to try to get to her time. Cameron McGeehan turning around to the home stretch.
And we have Crawford trailing her only by a few.
Oh, we don't care about Crawford right now. We care about McGeehan trying to get the districts. Right here, in the last 75, she's got to push it. Cameron McGeehan cutting it. She needs the last 10. She's going to get it. Cameron McGeehan towards the end, and
She will get it.
she makes it. Cameron McGeehan makes her district time. As we have another four get herself and qualify for districts is Cameron McGeehan. One of the last races makes it one of the most exciting as Cameron McGeehan will make her goal. What a day for Haverford track, Brendan.
What a day.
Have yourself a day, Cameron McGeehan. Have yourself a day, young miss. She came in with an 11:28.41 time, barely beating it by around 2 seconds. Roe Crawford of Strathaven came in second, 11:32.72. Then after that, to round out the top three, Amelia Ogawa, Lower Moreland with 11:39.31. And of course, there's our girl Rebecca Hickey from Quakertown, 11:46 flat.
I mean, Rebecca Hickey just burned herself out in the first 3 laps.
I don't know what happened there, but it's all good because our girl Karen McGeehan here for Haverford is coming into districts. Personal goal she set. You know what? She achieved it. Shout out. Now we're gonna have the likes of Quentin Ryan is going to try to get himself to qualify for districts here. For the boys 320, or for the boys 320. And then besides that, he's going to have the likes of Patrick Lawson and Ethan Fingerhut try to carry themselves or try to really lead the pack here and try to block for him so that he can qualify. And we're off. The boys 3,200. As we're about to try to have Quentin Ryan qualify for districts. The time to qualify for districts is 9:43.24. We're going to try to have Patrick Lawson and Ethan Fingerhut pace themselves out there and make it so that he can make it. Make sure they can block the others and have a chance of Quentin to reach his goal.
Yeah, I mean,
Good there, my friend.
I'm not sure.
So here, this is all about pacing and making sure you don't run it out. Of course, Quentin might have a little bit of nerves here, but not much you have to do except just run the way you can and do your best. As here we have Patrick Lawson putting himself out in front, and Fingerhut trying to do the same here, trying to make a pack.
Little drafting there, did we say?
Little try to protect their boy Quentin and surround him like a pack of wolves to make sure that they're able to qualify for districts.
Don't do that.
Heroes, right now we have Joseph Smith from Holy Ghost Prep trying to distance himself from the rest of the pack. Besides that, we have the likes of Lawson, Ryan, Mog from Pencrest, and then Fingerhut trying to make sure that, again, he tries to get to himself at 943.24 to get himself in the district. As I don't know if that pack of wolves is working, but, the great Jason Kelsey once said, hungry dogs run faster. And I believe these three boys right now are hungry dogs. They're hungry to try to get to districts.
I know for a fact they're hungry. I know Quentin, after a tough, I know he didn't do as well as he would have wanted in states last year for this exact event. I know he wanted to do better, and he said that his whole goal of this whole year was to improve on that.
Well, there we have it, some inside information. We want Quentin Ryan here. The hungry dogs trying to get themselves into districts for the 3,200. Here's we're about to get towards the halfway point. We have the likes of Joseph Smith and Patrick Lawson at the top two. Then Gavin Mogg, along with Fingerhut and Ryan. Maybe have to start pushing it a little bit here to give themselves a chance here to qualify for districts. What's it say?
The split is
Because right now we're around the 6.5 minute mark.
When we come back to here, it looks like we think we have 2 laps to go. We'll let you know when we get there.
And right now we've had Patrick Lawson pass Joseph Smith from Holy Ghost Prep. And leading himself easy.
Coming through at 7:07, 7:08.
As right now, Quentin Ryan's going to have to step it up a little bit here if he wants to have a chance of making it to districts.
These guys are well under the time that they'll need to run if they hit the last half. Here are the results of the boys pole vault. In 6th, Rocco Hartfuss, Ridley. 5th, Sean Bowers, Marple. 4th, Noah Romanowski, Strathaven. 3rd, Haverford, Jackson Little. 2nd, Marple, Dominic Turkey. And your winner
As right now we are around we're near the 8 minute mark. I believe we're going to have around one more lap to go here. For Quentin Ryan, he's going to have to step it up a little bit here. He and Fingerhut are going to have to try to will their way.
where there's a will, there is a way.
Absolutely. Patrick Lawson in front.
That's Lawson in front for Haverford. 1 lap to go. He's at 8:16. 8:16.
Right now, we're going to be around the 8:20 mark. We're going to need a little bit more. He's going to have around maybe a minute right now. Ryan's going to have about a minute to make it to districts.
Yeah, district time for boys, 3:20 is 9 minutes and 43 seconds. And
He's around the 8:40 mark right
Yeah.
now. As right now, it looks like Ryan's going to pick it up a little bit, as well as Fingerhut. Quentin Ryan's going to empty the tank right here in this last 300. It's time. Give it all out on the court right now. Or give it all on the track right now. You got around 40 seconds. 40 seconds if you're Ryan. Coming down to around the last 150. Quentin Ryan has about 30 seconds. Can we get the trifecta, Brendan?
Only about 100 meters left here. Let's see what he can
Can
do.
we pull the trifecta?
It looks-
Lawson's going to get there swimmingly, easily. Fingerhut, maybe 2. It's going to be all up to him. It's coming to the last 50. They got to push it. They got 13 seconds. They're about to do it. They're going to do it. Quentin Ryan and Ethan Fingerhut, the Fords, pull off a trifecta.
Looks like all 3 of them will make District 1.
All 3 will make districts. So they all got under the time.
Wow.
All in the top 5. What a day for Haverford track. Have yourselves a day, young men. Have yourselves a day. Patrick Lawson officially finished at 9:26. Gavin Mogg finished at 9:32. Joseph Smith from Holy Ghost Prep was in at 9:33. While Quentin Ryan and Ethan Fingerhut, Quentin Ryan finished at 9:35 flat, giving himself around 8 seconds. and Ethan Fingerhut finished at 935.07. We have all three runners for Haverford that were in this 3200 making the districts. What a day for the girls and boys of Haverford track.
So I have one question. Super team?
Absolutely. I think they're above the 95 and 96 Bulls.
Easily.
Dynasty. They are the 95 and 96 Bulls of high school track. Without a doubt.
The Last Dance.
Tell you what. It's been a great day here, but now I'm pretty sure our last event here, we get some 4x4. We had an interview with our boy Ryan Sweeney earlier. Talking about the 4x4, and you know what? We just can't wait to see it. You know what? I've been here all day, and I can't wait to just see this beautiful thing come to an end. Can't wait to be here through it all with you.
Send this baby home.
And here we go. We're about to wrap up this meet here with the girls and boys 4x4. Some of them were intriguing races here. We have 8 schools in this first heat here: Villa Joseph, Lower Moreland, Pencrest, Villa Maria, Western Wayne, Marple Newtown, Pottsgrove, and Upper Marion, all showing out. Now remember, 400 meters is 1 lap, so each girl is going to be running 1 lap. They also said that you have to stay in your lane for the first runner has to stay in their lane, and then once you get to the second, after she turns that first, after she makes the first turn, it starts to become a position. It starts to become a jockeying for positioning in the first lane.
And the time for District 1 to qualify for District 1 for the girls is 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
So we'll see if any of these teams have a chance.
Yeah.
And we're off in the girls 4x400. As these girls are starting to cook it right now, we got Marple in lane 6 pulling around. We good there, my friend?
I'm doing just all right.
Just all right.
I would say I'm doing more than all right, but hey,
All right.
whatever.
Is it good?
I mean, we got the Final Four tonight, so I'm very excited.
Hey, man, very good. Nova's season's about to end because
Dude, Coach K's career is about to end.
No, it's not. Anyway, back to track.
Back to what everybody's here to see.
Everybody's here to see this. Right now, we have Marple, seems to be the leader right now. She may be losing steam very fast, though.
Yeah, it's tough being in the outside lane there.
It really is. Is right now, that's Western Wayne pulling out in front. Remember, these you cannot get you can get disqualified if you leave your lane too early. So you know this is big. This is very big.
Now they're good though.
And now is when they can start to maybe jockey for position, if they choose. I believe we're about to here. It looks like maybe Villa Maria. Just coming in from the PA announcer. Apparently, there are only 2 more sections left in the girls 4x400.
It seems as though they combined the first and second heat.
which is an interesting thing there. Guys are really trying to get this thing to go so everyone can have a great Saturday night. Anyway, back to the action. As we have, I believe this is Lower Moreland and Pencrest starting to pull up. So here come the exchanges. Remember, the exchanges are a very big part of this. And whether you want to start to get into that first lane or not. And here we go. Right now, kind of seems like it's going to be Lower Moreland and Pencrest try to separate themselves from the pack. After that, Western Wayne kind of straggling behind. This is going to be an interesting one to come down to the end here.
Third, Holy Ghost Prep, Joseph Smith. Pencrest, Gavin, MOGCK. And the winner from Haverford, 926.
All right, here we go. We're back.
Hello,
We're into the last.
USC.
We're into the last lap here.
It's the Mickey Mouse
as we are being very unprofessional here in these last couple. So right now it looks we have it looks to see that we have, I believe that is Upper Marion lagging very behind right now. Right now it really looks like it's going to come down to the duo of looks like, I believe it's going to be Lower Moreland and Pencrest coming down to it here. And here we go. End of the last 100. Pencrest and Lower Moreland. Who wants it more? Who wants it more? They're in a dead sprint. The faces are so serious. The wincing of pain. And Pencrest comes from behind and takes the girls' first heat of the 4x400 with an official time of 4:23.14.
Great comeback there by Pencrest.
Absolutely.
Chasing down.
Unlike Daniel
Lower.
Dada, they were hunting him down.
Daniel Dada was definitely not coming to play today.
No, he was not. But for the girls, we do not have anyone in this heat show up, and they're not going to show up and show out for districts. But it was a very good race. Lower Moreland had it for most of the time. They were front runners. And you know what happened to the front runners? They got demolished right there at the end because they just couldn't handle the pressure.
Got to finish races, man.
You got to finish. It's not about how you start, but how you finish. And Pencrest just finished better than Lower Moreland. It's really the
yeah, man.
the tail of the tape. So now we're gonna go into the third heat as we have a struggling Upper Marion, I believe, finish up here. And yeah, that'll really do it. Top 5 finishers were Pencrest, Lower Moreland, Villa Joseph, Marple Newtown, and Villa Maria. And that, you know, it was a very close race between Lower Moreland and Pencrest, and then after that, the next 3 were close, but there was a 10-second gap. Now we get some faster people here. We get some faster teams here. As we have Methacton, Springfield, Ridley, Academy of Notre Dame, Archbishop, Pendergrass, Central. That seems to be it right now. For the girls, 4x4.
We need people that are near the finish line. We need to move away from the area so that lane 1 can hear. Everybody that's down near lane 1, please move away.
Being answered, Justin just said, you know, we need the people to move away from lane 1.
We beg.
We beg, we plead, and I think they got what they wanted. So now we are in our 6th hour of the live stream, and we just want to thank everybody who's been sticking it through till the end with us.
Do you think there's anybody that's watched this beginning?
I don't know. You know what? Probably came in and out and in and out. Yeah, because no one probably just want to sit in front of a computer screen for 6 hours watching a track and field event. But
Hey,
you
man,
know,
people are.
we're off
never
for
know.
the 4x4. As the PA announcer asks for the final call, the boys 4x4. Looks as if we may have the likes of I want to say a Archbishop Pendergrass lead very early. And I believe the PA announcer doesn't know what lane is in the lead right now, as
It is the.
the Archbishop Pendergrass Pandas
There you go.
taking the lead very swimmingly right now, as Central's in dead last. By the way, Springfield just decided not to run the 4x4 today.
I mean, you know Springfield.
Springfield said, you know what? We don't like, we get crushed at Haverford. We just don't feel like running today. We just don't feel like running. It's okay. Yeah,
Respect.
It's all good. Anyway, we're back at it. It looks to be as if Bethacton and Ridley are starting to pull out against Archbishop Pendergrass. And I can't tell because they both wear green uniforms.
I was thinking the same thing.
As right now it is Ridley in the lead, Bethacton and Prendy very close behind. As Central again is lagging very far behind. As here we go into the second to last lap here. About halfway through. As this race is starting to look between Ridley and Bethacton here. But Prendy's starting to fall behind. And then maybe Notre Dame starting to catch up to Prendy. Ridley's got about a 50-meter lead plus from Bethacton. We're coming into the last lap here. Notre Dame putting themselves in third. And Prendy had a very good start, but after their leadoff, I don't know, they've had a very very subpar running since then. Here's Ridley has about a 4-second lead on second place Bethacton. Bethacton has about a 5-second lead on third place Notre Dame. As here we come into the last 100. And here come the Ridley Green Raiders. Coasting away easily. In first place in this heat. Very easy. As now, remember, to get into the 4x4 for girls, you need a 4:06. I believe we may have had Ridley just qualify themselves for District 1, and they have. A 4:03 mark, 4:03.47. Bethacton barely missing it at 4:12. Notre Dame rounding out the top three here at 4:16. Bonner came in at fourth at 4:25, and Central dead last around 4:36. As you just heard by the PA announcer, they still have it. Ridley Green Raiders still got it in the 4x4.
I guess the Green Mystique's still alive. I don't know.
I don't know about that. We'll see. Anyway, we're back at it here. The last and final race. Engineering and Science from Philadelphia. In lane 1, Garnet Valley in lane 2, Chester in lane 3, Harriton in lane 4, Haverford, the Fords in lane 5, Strathaven in lane 6. So I believe this is going to be the last race here for the girls 4x400. And we're off.
See what these teams can do after Ridley just qualified for District 1.
Absolutely. I mean, Ridley was absolutely dusting bulls. It's a great time here. It looks like it's going to be the likes of Strathaven and Haverford as of now, trying to pull ahead here. We're gonna see what this entitles here, but right now it looks like it's gonna be Strathaven comfortably, and then Haverford starting to drop back into the rest of the pack of the likes of Harriton, Chester, and Garnet, and maybe even Engineering and Science. So now here we go for the 4x4. Again, remember, you got to think about this. End of the day, you've been standing around all day, maybe participating in other events.
Bacon in the sun.
We got tired legs.
Definitely.
This is all about grit. The lactic acid building up.
Just got to empty the tank.
Got to empty it all out. As right now we have Engineering and Science in front right now. I'd have thought it'd been the likes of Strathaven, but we'll see. So we have a very supportive mother over here.
Passion, man.
I love it. You can't say no to it. Right now, as Chester's trying to pull up here. It's ENS, Chester, Garnet Valley, and Strathaven really digging in here. And then after that, it looks to be the likes of Haverford and Harrison pulling up in the back. Someone's going to have to really have a lot to muster here if there's anything to come out of this. I believe the PA announcer, I believe it is ENS is still staying up.
I'm sorry, the leader is coming around. We'll see who this is.
As right now, it's ENS has really been, they've really been pushing it. They've been pushing it this whole entire time here in this first half, and now they look like they have what I think could be a comfortable win here.
Yeah, I mean,
depending on what Chester will do here at their anchor.
Just one lap to go here.
One more. As Haverford and Harrison are pushing up to see who's gonna be in last place at the end of this. As here we go. Really looks like engineering and sciences is in the lead here, but I believe the runner is holding on to something and not even pumping her arms, and she's slowing down a little bit here. It's gonna have a chance for Chester to come back.
Oh no!
Here comes Chester. I believe she's just thrown something off. Oh goodness! Here we go. It's coming down to the home stretch. Chester has taken over, and she's starting to dust the competition. It's over. After engineering and science had to lead the whole race.
And it looks like Chester's going to qualify, too. For
Chester came back.
Oh, and it seems like we might have 3 teams that qualified.
We may have 3 teams.
Might have choked at the end and not qualified.
As of right now, we have Chester, the only team to qualify. Strathaven barely missed it. And engineering and science, after having the lead, choked it right at the end. Haverford, the Fords came in last year by a second under Harrison.
Can't be happy with that performance of your engineering and science, man. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was going on over there, but they lost something.
I believe her wrap started coming undone. I believe she had something going on with the hair, and it came undone. Oh, she grabbed that. That gave Chester a perfect opportunity to come back.
That's crazy, man.
Take the lead. Tell you what, there's not many things you'll see at a high school track meet like that. But now, here we go. It's the very last events of the day here. The boys 4x400 meter relay. Let's see who we got in the first one.
Let's see who we got.
Go. We're live.
I'll explain to you in a second. Wait.
And we're back here, in this first heat of the boys 4x400. We have the likes of Upper Marion, Engineering and Science, Upper Darby, Lower Moreland, Chichester, and Cristo Rey. As we're off. Right now, it's a swimmingly start for Cristo Rey, followed by Chichester.
Cristo Rey is moving right now.
I mean, absolutely. They are moving it down the line.
Really setting his team up for a good position when they exchange here. Hopefully get him in the first.
Very much so.
First lane.
Also, I know this Upper Darby team can fly, so this is gonna be a fun 4x4 here. Engineering and Science has started kicking up. I guess Cristo Rey started losing some power. Let Upper Darby catch back up. And here we go. Here comes the second part. Soon they're gonna start jockeying for position. And here we go. Here we go. Engineering and Science have about a 25-meter lead over the next runner. We're gonna see what happens here. Right by Upper Darby. Right now, it's just Engineering and Science and Upper Darby. The rest of the crew is just a little bit behind here. As this 4x4 features the fastest boys 100-meter dasher in LeVar Jackson for Upper Darby, who ran an 11-1. Let's see if he's going to catch up to Earth and Sciences, and he is cooking right now.
He's coming after him.
Here comes LeVar. He is hunting him down. Look at this big man move. He is catching up to Earth and Sciences. He's closing the gap a little bit more. A little bit more. And he's about to pass him coming into the straightaway. And here we go, neck and neck. And he's passed him. This may be it. This may be the jump that Upper Darby needs to win this heat.
Wow.
Absolutely stunning. Look at the grip by LeVar Jackson. Took a tumble after.
He's lucky he didn't interfere with anybody else's handoff.
Absolutely. Had a chance of getting ejected, suspended, neglected.
Disqualified.
Disqualified. I was forgetting the word
Ding,
there.
ding, ding.
Right now, we're gonna have Earth and Science try to catch back up to Upper Darby here. We really don't care about the rest of the pack right now because this is gonna be intriguing. It's gonna come down to this last 150 as we're seeing them catch up. Oh my goodness, here we go. It's coming down to the home stretch. It's going to come down to who wants it more. And right now, it's going to be Earth and Sciences. As he's pushing, his lead is growing larger.
Wow.
And he absolutely pulls away with it. Earth and Science, after choking their last 4x4 in the women's, are able to come through in the men's and to qualify for the 4x4. And boys, you need to get a time of 3:26.24. And sadly, none of these teams did, but they were close. They were very close. And it was a very intriguing race to see here. As your top three are Engineering and Science at 3:34, Upper Darby at 3:35, and Chichester at 3:53, followed by Cristo Rey. And that'll really do it here for the first heat. Now we're going to have the second heat here. Marple Newtown, the likes of Marple Newtown, Chester Charter, Holy Ghost Prep, Strathaven, Penncrest, and Roman Catholic all participating. As a little breaking news here, it looks like we're only going to have 3 teams participate in the 4x4s with Strathaven, Pencrest, and Roman Catholic. As it looks like Warple, Newtown, Chester Charter, and Holy Ghost Preps have decided to call it a day and go home. And we're off! It's going to be an interesting one to see here. Right now, it looks like Roman Catholic is going to be way ahead of everyone here. Right now, as Pencrest is going to try to bridge the gap, try to cut the difference. I don't think it's really going to do much. Strathaven is really just struggling behind right now. And now we're getting into this first half here. We're getting into the second lap of this 4x4. And Roman continues to really make the gap bigger here against them Pencrest. Here's now we're looking to try to bridge the gap here for Pencrest. So they're getting around 5 meters. They're really hustling out here. He might catch him. And he's going to.
Wow.
What a great job there by the second leg of the Pencrest 4x4. And now it's going to be neck and neck here between these two, Pencrest and Roman Catholic, as Strathaven is just out of the equation. This is going to be a good one. Here's we got them. Pencrest is starting to bridge their lead up to about 10 to 15 meters. As we're coming down to the straightaway in the third leg, coming to the fastest for each relay team right here.
And Haven passing by everybody.
And
right
Haven
there.
made a surprisingly comeback, and here we go. Pencrest makes an aggressive move early. We got to see if he's going to run out of gas.
Man.
Really just trying to bridge himself right now. As he's starting to put everyone else, he's putting on the afterburners. He's leaving everyone else in the dust. He's got about a 20-meter lead now on Roman Catholic. And Strathaven again, after that surprisingly, after the third leg, surprisingly, had a comeback there. They're not doing much now here with the anchor. As here comes Pencrest. As Pencrest wins the 4x4 in this heat for the boys. Roman Catholic comes in second. And Strathaven straggles in at last. And here we go. We are starting off here. I'm pretty sure this is the last race of the day. We have these six schools running in the 4x4. So the PA announcers just decided to steal my lines. Anyway, we have Garnet Valley in lane 1, Harrington in lane 2, Chester in lane 3, Pottsgrove in lane 4, Ridley Green Raiders in lane 5, and your Haverford Fords in lane 6. And we'll see here. We'll see how this last race of the day holds up. Try to get a big pop from everyone still here, the faithful.
See what guest friend of the show Ryan Sweeney can do here.
Absolutely. Good, dear friend, if you ask me, dear friend of the show, Ryan Sweeney can do here. We also had Owen Bush on earlier. I believe he is competing in this 4x4. We got a lot of friends of the show competing in this last race of the day, my friend. You know what? We're off. Here's the last one. It's sure to be a good one. As it looks like Haverford right now is in the lead with Ridley coming up. After that, has the likes of Pottsgrove and Chester. It's going to be interesting here to see what we have in store. As Chester's trying to come up here. As it's going to be between Colin Neamy This is going to be an interesting race here. With the exchanges, I think the exchange was a little off there in the 4x4 as Chester is now having themselves a very big lead, around 50 or so from the rest. As now being in the 6th lane, of course, is going to affect the Fords as it gives them longer till they can go towards the center. Of course, give them the inside track. But at this point, they've only dropped down to the 3rd. As Chester is having themselves a big lead here. And we're looking to see what's going to happen here. As in 2nd is Garnet. So now we're going to see what Ryan Sweetie can do to maybe bring back this Fords team here on the 4x4. As Chester has about a 75 to 100 meter lead on the rest of the pack. Right now it is Chester very easily. Besides that, it's just the rest of the pack. Jockeying for position here. As here comes front of the show, Ryan Sweeney trying to dig in here. And now it's going to come down to, can Chester qualify for District 1 4x4 here? I think they can do it in an easy time.
I mean, they only need a 3:26, and they're right around 3 minutes right now, so he's going to have to get on his horse here to finish through.
It's going to be interesting here as we're about at 3:10, and he's going to get down to the home stretch. As he has people cheering him on. I don't know if he's going to get to the district meet, but he is surely getting encouraged to push. As now to see who's going to be in second. It's between Garnet, Harrington, and Haverford, as Harrington has passed Garnet. As Chester barely misses the chance to get to districts. Finishing at third as at 332.7. Harrington comes in at 335. Garnet third at 336. Haverford fourth at 337. Ridley fifth at 340. Pottsgrove comes in last at 349. And that will do it from Haverford Sports Media's first day or first ever track broadcast. For my friends, I am Tommy Two Hill with Brendan McNichol. I want to thank everybody here who helped throughout the day, whether it was our man Jimmy, everyone showing up at 7:30 in the morning for an early day, taking shifts. We had people come from lacrosse games and all over. We had people coming from tennis practice. Want to thank everybody.
It was a pleasure.
Appreciate it. And go Fords, and most importantly, have a great rest of your weekend.
Roll Fords, baby.
Roll Fords.